The meeting scheduled for May 10, 2023 for the Committee on Rules and Judiciary has been called to order. Good morning. First, I'd like to acknowledge my committee members present and non-committee members. Good morning to the testifiers, invited testifiers, and the listening and viewing audience, and the legislative staff working this meeting today. Firstly, I would like to, by extending my happiest of birthday greetings to our territory's most recent centenarian, my great uncle, Mr. Hezekiah Elijah Maddox. He was born on Totola, British Virgin Islands on May 6, 1923. His family and friends gathered on Saturday to celebrate his honor. With a sharp tongue and still intact, witty personality, he remains the life of the party. Happy centennial birthday, Uncle. We love you. And my deepest condolences to the family and friends of Judge Eileen Peterson and Harold Hodge. Judge Peterson served this community in various advocacy and leadership positions. As a mentor to many and an advocate for children, she used her authority to push the Virgin Islands' inclusion in Operation Sisters United, a program designed to help troubled teens. Judge Eileen Peterson was certainly accomplished and lived a productive life. May her soul rest in eternal peace. Further, I joined the Hodge family as they mourn Mr. Harold Hodge. In my youth, my family spent much time with Mr. Hodge, camping. He was a committed father, dedicated businessman, and farmer, and will surely be missed by many. Mr. Hodge will be remembered by his wittiness, the love for his work, and generosity to many. To his wife and children, Natalie, Stacy, Melvin, Natalie, and his stepchildren, Regina and Larry, you are in our prayers. For the contributions of your father, this community is behind you. I also want to extend condolences to the family and friends and colleagues of Lee Carl. He was a communication staple in our community, in the arts, radio, and activism. He lived a long life, and we are happy to know that he impacted the Virgin Islands community by the use of his talents. Lastly, saving the best for last. It is a great privilege that I congratulate all the territory's 2023 university, high school, junior high school, elementary graduates. Yesterday, I had the privilege of attending UVI's nursing pinning ceremony, where 10 nursing candidates were pinned by their loved ones. I concur with Maya Angelou. As a nurse, we have the opportunity to heal the heart, mind, soul, and body of our patients, their families, and ourselves. They may not remember your name, but they will never forget the way they made you feel. Best wishes on your endeavors. You've made it this far. I pray that you continue to strive for the best. Today's meeting has several blocks that includes nominees. During today's meeting, we will hear testimony from the governor's nominee, Judge Harold Wilcox, on his nomination to the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands for the District of St. Croix. Nomination of Yvette D. Ross Edwards, Esquire, to the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands. District of St. Croix, Ariel M. Smith, Esquire, as the Virgin Islands Attorney General of the Department of Justice. Ms. Anna Wallace to the Virgin Islands Territorial Park Board of Trustees. Several resolutions honoring organizations and community members. 35-0016, Bill number 35-0062, and Bill number 35-00112. We are now ready to proceed. At this time, I request all testifiers and those present in the chambers to turn your cell phones off. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph present. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr.
Present.
Senator Bolquez present. Senator Milton Potter.
Here.
Senator Potter present. Senator Javon James. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Senator Gittens absent. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator Maurice C. James absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Franklin D. Johnson absent. Madam Chair, 4 present and 3 absent.
Madam Clerk, did you call my name? Please mark me as present.
Yes.
There is one non-committee member. I would like to acknowledge him, Senator Javon James. He's not here on the floor, but he's... Oh, Senator, I didn't see you. Are there any correspondence to be read into the record from any committee members, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Please proceed.
Letter from the Honorable Kenneth L. Gittens, Majority Leader, Virgin Islands Legislative, dated May 10th, 2023, to the Honorable Diane T. Capehart, Chairwoman, Committee of Rules and Judiciary, 3022 Estate, Golden Rock, St. Croix, VI 00820. Dear Senator Capehart, I hope this correspondence reaches you in the best of health and spirits. Please be advised that I am unable to be in attendance at today's hearing of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary. I am out of the territory and taking care of some necessary medical issues. I note the importance of today's hearing and regret my absence and ask to be noted as excused. I thank you in advance for your understanding and wish you a very productive hearing today. Sincerely, Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, Majority Leader, VI Legislature. Letter from Senator Franklin D. Johnson, dated May 8, 2023, to the Honorable Senator Diane T. Capehart, Chairwoman, Committee of Rules and Judiciary, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, Charlotte, O'Malley, P.O. Box 1690, St. Thomas, VI 00804. Regarding Senator Franklin D. Johnson's excuse letter. Dear Senator Capehart, due to an unforeseen scheduling conflict, I am unable to attend the Committee on Rules and Judiciary meeting scheduled for Wednesday, May 10th, 2023. I apologize in advance for any inconvenience this may have caused. Please forward all documents distributed at the hearing to my office. Thank you for your understanding in this matter. Sincerely, Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Letter from Senator Maurice C. James, dated May 9th, 2023, to the Honorable Senator Diane T. Capehart, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, 3022 Estate, Golden Rock, St. Croix, VI 00820. Dear Senator Capehart, due to a previously scheduled engagement, I will be late in attending the Rules and Judiciary meeting scheduled for Wednesday, May 10th, 2023 at 10 a.m. I apologize for any inconvenience this may cause and look forward to participating upon my arrival. Thank you for your consideration in this matter. Kind regards, Senator Maurice C. James, Senator 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Madam Chair, that completes the reading of the correspondence.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Please mark Senator Johnson as excused. Please mark Senator Gittins as excused. And please mark Senator Maurice James as absent until she comes on the floor. Thank you, Madam Clerk. At this time, I'll call the first testifier from Block 1 into the well. Is there a sergeant of arms to escort our first testifier? Nominee, sorry. Nomination, Ariel Smith, Attorney General of the Virgin Islands. I'd like to first tell you to bring your mic close to you and speak loud and clear to the listening audience, viewing audience, so the stenographer could understand what you're saying. Make sure you, before you speak, you state your name. So, Madam Clerk, are there any correspondence to be read into the record from any testifiers?
No, Madam Chair.
I'm looking for my agenda. Madam Clerk, can you read the agenda into the record?
Committee on Rules and Judiciary meeting Wednesday, May 10th, 2023. The Committee of Rules and Judiciary is scheduled to meet Wednesday, May 10th, 2023 at 9 a.m. in the Fritz E. Lawrence Legislative Conference Room located at 3022 Estate Golden Rock, St. Croix, VI 00820 to receive testimony on the following. Block 1, Governor's nomination of Ariel M. Smith, Esquire, the Virgin Islands Attorney General of the Department of Justice. Block 2, Governor's renomination of Judge Harold Willock, the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands for the District of St. Croix. Governor's nomination of Yvette D. Ross Edwards, Esquire, the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands District of St. Croix. Block 3, Governor's nomination of Ms. Anna Wallace, the Virgin Islands Territorial Park Board of Trustees. Block 4, Bill number 35-0016, a resolution honoring and commending the Board of Elections, the Supervisor of Elections, Carolyn Fox, and the entire Virgin Islands election system team for their timeless service and contributions to the Virgin Islands community, and on the occasion of the 60th anniversary of establishment of the election system of the Virgin Islands. Sponsored by Senators Angel L. Bolquez Jr., Senator Carlos J. Joseph, Senator Ray Fonseca, Senator Novel E. Francis Jr., and Senator Maurice C. James. Bill number 35-0062, a resolution honoring and commending Gregory Hodge, better known as DJ Avalanche, for his outstanding contribution as a disc jockey, radio talk show host, and entertainer, and presenting to him the official key to the Virgin Islands. Sponsored by Senator James E. James Sr., Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr., and Senator Ray Fonseca. Bill number 35-0012, an act amending the Title 23 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 19, Subchapter 3, Section 1556, relating to the retirement from the National Guard to increase the retirement pension, sponsored by Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff and co-sponsored by Senator Morris C. James. Madam Chair, there ends the reading of the agenda.
Madam Clerk, are there any correspondence to be read by any testifiers?
No, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So I would allow you to proceed to read your testimony before us today. You may proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson Capehart. Good morning to all. My name is Ariel Marie Smith. Here begins my testimony. Good morning, Chairperson Diane Capehart, members of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary, other senators of the 35th Legislature, legal colleagues, the hardworking staff and other professionals at the Virgin Islands Department of Justice, as well as those in the listening and viewing audience. My name is Ariel Marie Smith, and I am before you today as the nominee for Attorney General of the Virgin Islands. I must begin by thanking Honorable Governor Albert Bryan Jr. and the Honorable Lieutenant Governor Tregenza Roach for their vote of confidence with this nomination based on my experience as a lawyer in this community for almost 30 years. Additionally, I'd like to thank my family, my friends, my neighbors, acquaintances, sorors, and former clients who have called, emailed, texted, sent messages, or shared a nod, a wave, a hug, a thumbs up, reflecting their support. I again say thank you. I would like to take the opportunity to tell you a little about myself and inform you of my qualifications for the position of Attorney General. I was born in St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. I'm the eldest of 3 children born to Magda Leonie Smith King Smith, and the late Paul E. Smith. My initial introduction to law was through my mother, who is now retired, a 30-year employee with the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands. I attribute to my father, who I consider the consummate gentleman, savvy entrepreneur, a self-made man, my acumen for creative problem solving, willingness to collaborate, and my fair-minded nature. I am a proud mother of 3. My adult children are my daughter Camille Grace Willis, who works as a healthcare consultant for a major consulting firm, and my son, Vaughn Lewis Willis, who currently serves in the U.S. Navy as an electronics specialist. My youngest, Evan Lionel Watts, is a junior at Charlotte Amalie High School. For my elementary education, I attended Dover Elementary School under former principal Leona B. Wheatley, who was one of my mother's teachers and still calls me by her name. I completed my elementary education, school education at E. Benjamin Oliver Elementary School and matriculated to junior high school at Ivana Idora Ken, which at that time was on split session and was known as Nazareth Bay. I then transferred to Charlotte Amalie High School, where I graduated as a mighty and proud chicken hawk. And its motto, "To excel always," is one that I carry with me and inspire in my children. After high school, I attended Rutgers College, Rutgers University in New Brunswick, New Jersey, where I graduated with a bachelor's degree in political science and a minor in Spanish. I then worked as a paralegal at a New York City brokerage firm for 4 years, and then continued my education at Rutgers School of Law, Newark, in Newark, New Jersey, where I graduated with a Juris Doctorate degree in May of 1993. After graduation from Rutgers Newark Law School, I returned to the Virgin Islands and served at the Superior Court, formerly the Territorial Court, initially as a law clerk to former Judge Henry C. Smock. I then served as a law clerk to former Judge Soraya Diassi. Besides honing my legal skills at the court, I was able to assist in coordinating the first moot court competition sponsored by the Superior Court. Over the years, I've served as a part of coaching teams for various St. Thomas high schools and periodically as a Sparks street law lecturer teaching constitutional law to students at the Charlotte Amalie High School. At the conclusion of my clerkship, I was Attorney Smock's first firm associate, and I practiced in that capacity for over 11 years. During my tenure there, I practiced general civil litigation with a focus on insurance defense. In addition, I also litigated probate matters, child custody disputes, divorce proceedings, real estate transactions, as well as criminal defense and criminal appeals. In 2006, I left Smock and Moorhead and began my public service career with the Office of the Territorial Public Defender. While there, I represented indigent persons through client consultations, motion practice, advising on plea offers, as well as providing defense in jury and bench trials in matters that range from disturbance of the peace to homicide. Conservatively, during that period, I would estimate that I litigated more than 20 jury trials, and this figure does not include the countless motions that I've argued before both the district court, the superior court, and administrative tribunals. As a former public defender, I have an acute awareness of the significance of the loss of personal liberty and the effect of delayed justice on those who are arrested, charged with crime, and awaiting trial. In 2011, I left the Office of the Territorial Public Defender and continued my public service career as an Assistant Attorney General with the Virgin Islands Department of Justice in the Civil Division. The division practices before the Superior Court and the District Court. It has been my extreme honor to represent and defend the government of the Virgin Islands in civil matters arising out of election laws, property tax challenges, contract and construction disputes, negligence claims, 1983 actions, condemnations, employment actions, and discrimination claims, to name but a few. Not only does the department practice include representation and defense of the government's interests, but also mitigation of exposure where liability is clear. In 2016, I was promoted to the chief of the Civil Division, where I've had the opportunity and privilege to work with 6 excellent lawyers and 4 support staff assigned to that division. Given the complexity of the new matters filed against the government, more lawyers are needed. Now that I've shared my background, I turn to the position for which I have been nominated, Attorney General of the United States Virgin Islands. Pursuant to Virgin Islands law, the Attorney General is the head of the Virgin Islands Department of Justice. In this role, the Attorney General is tasked with a multitude of duties and responsibilities that include prosecuting violations of criminal statutes, representing the executive branch of government in all civil actions where the government is a party or has an interest, investigating violations of law for which the executive branch and its departments may invoke penalties, fines, or forfeiture, appearing and representing the executive branch before administrative tribunals, furnishing legal advice to the governor and all executive departments concerning any matters which are within the exercise of their duties, rendering written opinions relating to the exercise of power or duty of any executive department, and as well as preparing draft legislation upon request. A review of 3 VIC section 111 through 125 will reflect that the above duties and responsibilities that I've listed is not exhaustive. The Virgin Islands Department of Justice has a website. It is usvidoj.com, and I invite all members of the Virgin Islands community to visit it and learn more about the Department of Justice and the functions it performs. I now highlight some of the operations of the Virgin Islands Department of Justice. First, the Department of Justice is tasked with upholding the rule of law by prosecuting those who violate our criminal statutes. This function is the responsibility of our criminal division. Recently, there have been several arrests for the possession of unlicensed firearm in the territory. Possession of an unlicensed firearm is not a mistake. It reflects an express intention to do harm to others in this community. Under my leadership, I can assure you that these matters will be zealously prosecuted to the full extent of the law. In other words, I intend to make conviction of those charged with this crime a priority during my tenure, if confirmed. I'm aware of legislation regarding a local Speedy Trial Act that has been proposed. In theory, I agree with the intent of the Speedy Trial Act. However, given the noted lack of infrastructure and human resources that has been espoused by the Virgin Islands Department of Justice, the Office of the Territorial Public Defender, and the courts, enactment of such a mandate without the necessary resources would be premature. Next is our civil division, which I think of as the government's first line of defense. It defends the government's interests in suits brought by individuals or corporate entities. It represents the Department of Health in medical malpractice cases against government employees. It is the territory's lawyer representing VIPD and BOC in their efforts to comply with long-term consent decrees. This department also initiates enforcement actions against bad actors, such as pharmaceutical companies that needlessly push dangerous narcotics or engage in illegal business practices, automobile manufacturers that produce and distribute faulty and dangerous equipment and vehicles, and financial institutions that aid others in wrongdoing. The Department of Justice, under my leadership, will continue to prosecute these matters against all criminals, no matter their perceived fiscal and/or economic strength or other connections. The department will also continue to file new actions against those who choose to violate our laws. The Solicitor General Division is primarily responsible for civil and criminal appeals. In addition, it reviews executive branch contracts and provides legal opinions and advice to executive branch agencies and boards regarding the interpretation of federal and local law. The Virgin Islands Paternity and Child Support Division provides families access to financial support and facilitates visitation services in the territory regardless of whether the non-custodial parent resides in the territory. Paternity and child support is now under the leadership of Director Catherine Jensen DeLugo. We have discussed reviving and updating past projects, such as the Did You Know campaign, as well as coordinating a public service notice campaign to address the over $1 million in undistributed funds. The Medical Examiner's Office is tasked with making inquiries into all unnatural and suspicious deaths in the territory. Challenges have arisen over the past year with the resignation of both of our medical examiners. In the interim, the department has hired part-time medical examiners to fill the void. We are also redoubling our efforts to hire a territorial medical examiner to service both the St. Thomas and St. Croix district. This is a critical hire position, and additional funds may be required to attract and retain a new hire to include possible relocation and signing bonuses. Meanwhile, the department continues to focus on the infrastructure issues related to the St. Croix Medical Examiner's Office. Although we have fully staffed and outfitted the location on St. Thomas, we are addressing this critical need on St. Croix. My predecessors have responded to the St. Croix challenge with the purchase and planned installation of modular units at the Touro building site in the state Orange Grove. The department has already begun investigating alternate sites for the temporary modular units in anticipation of the development or the redevelopment of the Touro building site. Several years ago, plans were drawn for a new building at the Touro site, and in the immediate future, these plans will be forwarded to the Department of Planning and Natural Resources and the Department of Public Works for vetting in accordance with current building codes. Once vetting is complete, I will be reporting back to this body for its support of the initiative to move this project forward. This would allow the Touro building site to be developed for its intended purpose, a building to house all St. Croix Department of Justice operations. In addition to the previously stated, the Attorney General is obligated to implement social programs for the prevention of crime and currently administers the Witness Protection Program and the Victim Services Program. The Witness Protection Program assists those courageous citizens who've agreed to provide testimonial evidence and are threatened or at risk as a result. The Victim Services Program provides support to victims of crimes and their families. As the crime rate in the Virgin Islands community continues to increase, the department, as part of its mandate, will continue to provide support to those often unsung heroes. In the upcoming weeks, the Department of Justice is expecting receipt of certain funds from the Epstein settlement procured under the tenure of former Attorney General Denise George. Once received, I will request that the Department of Justice be named the administrator of those funds for the benefit of the Department Victim Services Unit. As per their agreement, these monies must be earmarked to fund projects, counseling services, and activities to help Virgin Islands residents who are victims of sexual assault, sex trafficking, human trafficking, sexual misconduct, and child sex abuse. The Victim Services Unit offers crime victims and their families support and information at every stage of the criminal process. With the Department of Justice administering those funds, we can bolster our Victim Services Unit by adding additional counseling for victims, witnesses, and their families. We also intend to add to our staff a staff psychologist, additional prosecutors, and other professionals to aid children and adult victims of crime and human trafficking. Crime victims and their families have rights, and under my leadership, the Department of Justice will remain committed to ensuring those rights are protected. Finally, our newest law enforcement arm is the Virgin Islands Department of Justice Medicaid Fraud Unit. The VI Medicaid Fraud Control Unit, otherwise referred to as MOFUCU, is one of 53 in the country. Under federal law, the MOFUCU is tasked with investigating, penalizing, and prosecuting providers and companies responsible for improper and fraudulent Medicaid billing schemes. It also investigates and prosecutes cases to safeguard elderly and disabled Virgin Islanders who are Medicaid beneficiaries from abuse and neglect. The Virgin Islands MOFUCU is 100% funded by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Office of the Inspector General. Under my leadership, the department will continue to partner with federal and local law enforcement to investigate and prosecute those who abuse our elders and exploit our Medicaid program for their own personal gains. Given the multitude of responsibilities of the Department of Justice, the head cannot function without the neck, which I equate to the senior management at the Department of Justice, and the body, which consists of the hardworking assistant attorneys generals, staff, and other professionals within the Department of Justice. My intent is to collaborate with all managers and non-managers to get things done. My end goal is to work more collaboratively and form partnerships with other executive agencies for more transparent, effective, and efficient government. To paraphrase President Kennedy, all of this will not be finished in the first 100 days, but let us begin. The responsibilities of the Department of Justice are weighty, of great consequence, and have a significant impact on the Virgin Islands community. Nevertheless, having been exposed to the prodigious tasks that lie before me, I can assure this committee that I will not shrink from this responsibility. In fact, I look forward to it, facing them with high energy and enthusiasm. In the next 180 days, I expect to stabilize the staffing at the department, complete the infrastructure for the St. Croix Medical Examiner's Office, and formalize my presentation for the development of the long overdue Toro building to house St. Croix's Department of Justice operations. This concludes my formal remarks. Again, I thank this committee for your time and your favorable consideration of my nomination. I am available for questions.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Ariel M. Smith, Esquire, nomination for Attorney General of the Department of Justice. I would allow you to state individuals who were not able to give testimony. I wasn't provided all their names, so I would allow you to just state those individuals who wanted to come and give testimony on your behalf.
Thank you. I am in support of my nomination. I've provided to the committees letters from Henry C. Smock, my first boss, when I finished my clerkship with the court. Attorney Gomez, who is currently an employee, a hearing officer at the Department of Justice, who I've collaborated with over many years. One of my high school classmates, Attorney Clive Rivers, who is a member of the Virgin Islands legal community, and a class of, I'm not going to say the year, I graduated from high school, and finally, I believe my pastor, Gerald McDonald, also sent a letter of support. So those letters should be part of your file on supporting my nomination.
Thank you. So at this time, colleagues, I will say the order of which we would be asking the nominees questions today. Senator Joseph, you would begin. Senator Bolkus on St. Thomas. Senator Milton Potter, my vice chair. Non-committee member, Senator Javon James. And fifth is myself. So we will be granted, I will grant everyone 7 minutes for your line of questioning. And if we need a second round, then we will proceed with a second round. So Senator Caller Joseph, I would allow you to begin your line of questioning.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Chair. A pleasant good morning to everyone here today, as well as those individuals in the viewing and listening audience joining us virtually, as well as a pleasant good day to my colleagues. First of all, I want to commend the Governor of the Virgin Islands, the Honorable Albert Bryan Jr., for making the recommendations for you, Attorney Smith, to be our next Attorney General of the United States Virgin Islands. One of the things I really admired in your testimony is that you were able to really present a chronology of your upbringing. You started from really humble roots. You attended public school. You are a product of our public education system, and you have worked your way up through private and public legal practice to this level of nomination that you are here today. Kindly indicate for us, how many years have you worked in the public service as an attorney?
I began with the Office of the Territorial Public Defender in 2006, and so from 2006 to 2023. So that, I think, is 15 years.
15 years. And you have worked in various capacities there. Now, we are being joined by some young people, and that's one of my heartstrings when it comes to young people. And we know a lot of criminal activities. In fact, one of my colleagues last year passed, and I joined in on him with some child neglect legislation. How are you, or do you have an experience prosecuting those type of child neglect cases? Have they come before you as a assistant attorney general, or working as in the attorney general's office?
My experience in the Attorney General's office has primarily been on the civil side. So on the civil side, my representation is mostly of the government, government contracts, negligence actions brought against the government. But I would say that as a public defender, I was on the other side, and that as a defense attorney, you've got to know both sides. So you have to know how to, given the facts, how to put your case together, whether you're prosecuting it or whether you're defending it.
I'm sorry to interrupt you because the time is running. Have you been a public defender wherein you had a sense, based on the preponderance of the evidence presented, that your client was guilty of what he was or she was alleged to have done?
What I can say to that is that the role of the lawyer is not about innocence or guilt. That's left for the court and the jury. The role of the public defender is to make sure that the system is fair, that the person has a fair trial, and he or she gets his day in court. And so we're there to make sure that the beyond a reasonable standard is met, not to determine the innocence or guilt of the defendant or the client.
Good answer. I was just checking to make sure. Now, let's move on to the operation you will inherit should you be voted upon by this body. Of course, the Committee on Rules and Judiciary is just the vetting area, and then your nomination, should we vote in favor of it today, will go on to the full legislative body, where all my colleagues, 15 of us, will decide whether we support or don't support your nomination. Now, relative to your operation of your office, kindly indicate to us where you see your office major needs are in support of your mandate and requirement based on in the law.
Right now, our major need is to get a full-time medical examiner. That has to be done because of that part of our mandate. We also, because of the loss of acting attorney general, who is now Judge Thomas Jacobs, I need a support team within the Office of the Attorney General. We also need support in the Special Investigations divisions. We've lost a number of people for various reasons. Those are the most critical needs, but on that list, the medical examiner is the most critical, a
So
full-time.
that's your priority.
Yes.
Okay. Now, relative to getting those persons you've identified, those positions filled that you have identified, what steps will you take to get as far as the recruitment and onboarding, so that your needs, because it's not only your needs, it's the needs of the people of the Virgin Islands are met. What steps would you take? And then I have a follow-up question, because I want to understand clearly what is the backlog of cases that the Department of Justice has that are pending before the court.
Okay, to answer the easier question, which I think is the first question, the steps that we've taken with regard to the medical examiner's position is that it's a very specialized field. we have undertaken getting the Department of Justice to be part of organizations where medical examiners look for jobs. And we have undertaken advertising through those publications, and most of them are online publications. So we are using our efforts there with regard to that position. We have just, we've have ads in the Virgin Islands Bar Association.
So have you gotten
Journal.
any bites? Because you're fishing
Where
and
we
you're
have
putting out
gotten
on some
bites.
bait.
It's a little slow. I think once things have stabilized a little bit at the agency, we will get
Okay,
more.
and you're saying it's a little slow. What specifically is slow?
Well, what's slow is we're putting the ads out. We have to give people time to respond. So
Okay.
that's where the slowness is coming. We're putting it out, we're keeping it out, and we're waiting for the responses to come back.
Okay.
With regard to the backlog, it's difficult to say when you're talking about backlog, because backlog is cases that haven't been heard, but it may not have been heard for many different reasons. So I'm not sure I
Well,
can just characterize
Because
them
of the pandemic, we understood that, in the judicial branch, a lot of
Time.
the cases, Madam Chair, if I may.
You may wrap up.
Yeah. In the executive branch, a number of cases, maybe because of the pandemic, maybe because we don't have sufficient human beings to move the cases forward, is not being prosecuted timely. So how are you going to work on that? Because you did mention in your remarks the proposal, and it was proposed from the 34th, for the Speedy Trial Act. So how are we going to work on that? Because I believe it's part of our constitutional right for persons who are accused of a crime to have a speedy trial.
Okay, what we're gonna do is we're gonna have to staff up in terms of prosecutors for sure. And make sure that we work on developing our relationship with VIPD to make sure that when we get the files, the investigations are complete, and we've already began those discussions. Prosecutors are ready for trial, and the court can accommodate them. And I know that there have been some issues that have been raised by the court, which are the court's issues, but we need to make sure we have courtrooms for those who want jury trial. We have to make sure that we implement the plea process where it's appropriate and do all these things to get the cases moving.
Okay, my time has been called. My time has been called. I really want to thank you so much, Nominee Smith, for all of your responses. Thank you kindly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Smith. At this time, I would like to actually recognize students from the Hope for Learning Academy, Inc. Today, they have been accompanied by Miss Marilyn Martin James. We have kindergartners from kindergarten to the 5th grade. I think we have 14 of them. Welcome to the legislature. And just remember one thing, this is a quiet place, okay? Good. Attorney Smith, I'll just ask one question. First, what have been the most effective methods for improving court procedures and efficiency over the past years, and what other methods would you suggest?
With regard to court procedures, I think what the court has implemented is that for criminal matters, they've set calendaring and scheduling of when things happen. Oftentimes, issues get in the way, which may require an extension, but I think the court providing a framework by having calendaring matters from the very inception and in promoting discussions between counsel at the early stages has been very effective in helping to move cases forward so they can figure out what matters are going to take longer and what matters can be resolved quickly. So I think that's something that's been happening, that's part of the court rules that's been creating efficiency between our office and the court, and the other side also.
Thank you. One thing I'd like to mention that stands out for me in your whole testimony is the MAFUCU, the Medicaid Fraud Unit. That is near and dear to me because when I was the administrator for Medicaid, and Medicaid continuously receive audits for not having a Medicaid fraud unit, with the Affordable Care Act and the expansion of services that Medicaid had, you double, you triple the amount of providers. So I am glad to see that the fraud unit, Mafuku, is finally up and running
It is.
and has been a part of Department of Justice to make sure that there's, if any potential fraud and abuse, that the Department of Justice would make sure that there's justice, that there would be no more fraud. So I'm happy to see that that is up and running. So tell me how effective you see this being in the territory, and how have you been able to actually, prosecute anyone for Medicaid fraud?
Yes, there have been prosecutions for Medicaid fraud. I think there's been between 3 to 6 prosecutions thus far, from inception to guilty. Part of what the unit does is there's also reimbursements to the program. That's all part of it. I think one of the challenges that we have right now is that that particular unit is limited in its funding. Based on the law, they only get a quarter of 1% of the Medicaid funding that is to the territory for their funding. Right now, that's only about $500,000. So that unit is limited in what it can do because it's limited in who it can hire. Right now, it consists of an attorney director, an analyst, an investigator, and an admin. But that doesn't go that far when you have that number of employees. They are working with the Department of Justice and our prosecutors, but they should have their own prosecutor, and they do, but they need more resources. Also, too, I think the Department of Health, or Department of Human Services here, is getting the program integrity unit online, and that's also going to help with the referrals to the Mafuku unit. So we see things coming together to make this unit what it should be.
Thank you, because there are about over 300 and something providers who accept Medicaid. I see Judy in the audience shaking her head, who works for Department of Human Services, so she understands the importance of that unit also. At this time, I would allow Senator Bolkes for your 7 minutes. Senator, you may proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience. Good morning to Central staff. Good morning to the kindergartners over there in the St. Croix district. Good morning, good morning, good morning, young people. And good morning, of course, to our nominee, Miss Ariel M. Smith, Esquire, to be appointed as our Attorney General. I want to start off by saying I want to thank her for her years of service to the people of the Virgin Islands and your willingness to yet take another step to represent us in this capacity. I want to start off by asking you, what are your top 3 priorities if selected for this position?
My top 3 priorities are: 1, stabilize the staffing at the department. The second priority would be getting us a full-time territorial medical director for our medical examiner, because we've had the resignation of 2 of them. And also, too, I want to get the tour building site, I want to get that project started to house all of our operations, because we're spending an inordinate amount of money in rent. And I'd like to bring us under one roof.
Very well, thank you. And those sound like very good priorities to have, nevertheless. And I want to ask you, what do you see as the most critical legal issue to be addressed here in the Virgin Islands today, in your opinion?
There's a lot. There's firearms, which are everywhere. That's a huge issue. That is that's the biggest one. That's the one that we see every day. That's the one that affects our lives. But I think all of the issues that we have before us are important. And I don't want to prioritize one over another, but that's the one that's most glaring.
And I believe you hit the nail right on top of the head. We have lost many loved ones this year and yesteryear, but this year seems to be spiraling in a very negative way, unfortunately. But we almost have hope, and I do have hope and believe in you and know that you will do an excellent job in this capacity. Yes, we need to curtail our gun violence here in the Virgin Islands. I want to ask you, how do you plan to increase the staffing capacity in your office to ensure the best possible operations moving forward? In your capacity as the Attorney General, you need to ensure that your office collaborates and represents other government agencies, departments at the same time. How do you plan to have that interagency line of communication in order to strengthen those relationships with those departments whom you would have to represent?
Well, internally, my plan is to have every division create SOPs, standard operating procedures, so there can be some clarity as to the role, but not have people feel like they can't go beyond where they are and collaborate with others within the department. As far as other agencies, that's just my style. I don't have a problem picking up the phone and saying, how can I help you, or I need this, and explaining why, and just opening communication. I think once we get out of our silos, we can make government more efficient because we'll be exchanging information. And, we have to work together for the people of the Virgin Islands. We don't have a choice. So we just have to break down those barriers and move forward.
Excellent. Thank you for that answer. And you mentioned the need for enhancing your special investigations unit. As the Attorney General, what are your thoughts on establishing a cyber crimes division within
3
the
minutes.
Department of Justice?
That's the kind of division I think that we need training. We need expertise in it. But I would also like to offer the people who are there the opportunity to keep building on their current skill set. So if I can bring in a team of people to train them how to deal with them that we can work with, continuing and moving forward, that would be my preference, as opposed to creating a new division. I'd like to have special investigations be able to deal with cyber crime, white-collar crime, whatever kind of crime that's not the usual type, and have them expand on their current experiences and their exposure.
Very well. As you know, we've been having a lot of discussions with BIT and others, and every day we're having issues with cybersecurity. And there are a lot of cyber crimes that happen that may not be known until it's too late. Investigating or having some sort of enforcement to be able to curtail this type of activity is very important, as you know. And I believe I'm a proponent of lobbying for that. But of course, that is your decision as the Attorney General, and I will continue to lobby for it because I believe that there are a lot of issues that we may not see on a day-to-day that are actually happening right under our noses concerning white-collar crimes and cybersecurity. So I look forward to dialoguing with you and your team on that moving forward in the future. Concerning the medical examiners for the island of St. John specifically, you mentioned the St. Thomas St. John district and St. Croix. Challenges have arisen over the last year, and you mentioned the resignation of both of your medical examiners. And in the interim, you mentioned that the department is trying to hire part-time rotating medical examiners to fill the void. You mentioned the critical positions and of course, some sort of possible relocation or signing bonus. What specifically were you willing to do for the island of St. John? Because we have, I wouldn't want to iterate some of the situations right now, but we have our challenges over there when it comes to the medical examiners.
I think what we have in place right now is we have an employee that works with the department who handles the incidences that are on St. Croix. I'm not sure whether or not we have the resources to support a separate morgue facility on St. John, and that's something that I would have to look at the numbers to see if that's what is the best thing to do. But I welcome any suggestions as to how, whatever problems are happening there, how we can possibly look at it and make it more efficient and effective for the residents
Time.
of St. John.
Okay, thank you. And I look forward to collaborating with you on that. Madam Chair, thank you for the time, and I will be voting in the affirmative for Ms. Ariel M. Smith, Esquire. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Bolkes. At this time, I'll just like to remind individuals in the chamber, those who came in later, if you can please turn your cell phones off. Want to give the senators who are asking questions all the respect. At this time, I'm gonna dig down one or two questions in between. What is your understanding of the distinctions between provisions of the U.S. Code and the VI Code in the area of search and seizure?
My understanding of the distinction between the Virgin Islands Code and the VI Code as it relates to search and seizure, it depends.
The U.S. Code.
But federal law, between
Yes.
the distinction between federal law and local law. I don't think that they're parallel, but I think they have some places where they overlap. I think they're just, in terms of, are you talking in terms of prosecution? I think that there's some laws that we want them to be prosecuted under federal law because there may be more time involved and the punishment is harsher and there may be mandatory minimums, and that would be beneficial, especially if the person is a repeat offender. But there are local laws that I think it's just, it depends on every case. Every case is different. There's no straight one line, one way to answer that question. It depends on the crime charge. It depends on where it's charged, if it's close to a school. There's so many things that would play into whether it's prosecuted under federal law or local law. So it'd have to be dealt with on a case-by-case basis.
Thank you. At this time, I'll recognize non-committee member, our Senate President, Mr. Senator Novell Francis. Welcome. At this time, I would recognize Senator Milton Potter for your 7 minutes. You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to colleagues. Good morning to members of Central staff and to the people of the Virgin Islands. But a special good morning today to the governor's nominee for the post of Attorney General, Attorney Ariel M. Smith. Attorney Smith, I have no doubt that you're eminently qualified for the role of Attorney General. I had an opportunity to see the quality and the caliber of the work that you produce in my former capacity as the Director of the Division of Personnel. I know that you are a good fit for this very important post. But Attorney Smith, my first question to you is, what do you see as the most important qualities of an Attorney General?
One of the most important qualities of an Attorney General is that you have to be willing to listen to all of the evidence, figure out when and where to use your power. I think whenever you have power, it's something that you have to manage and be respectful of the power that you have and the people that you serve. I think you have to have that willingness to, I don't want to use the word compromise, but be impartial and fair in the way you administer justice and how you handle people, and their situations. I think you have to have that empathy also, because I think that's an important characteristic.
Excellent. How would you handle a situation where you disagree with the governor of the Virgin Islands on a legal matter?
The way you disagree is, with all due respect, the law is XYZ. And I have limitations because I'm still a lawyer at the end of the day. That's how you respectfully disagree.
I love that. With all due respect, so that must precede whatever the
I
tough news
I
you're going to
agree.
give.
Because I think also too, I may have information that he or she doesn't have. So
course.
I'm operating with all the information that I have when I take that position.
And you mentioned in your testimony, you spoke about gun violence and your commitment to being tough on gun violence. And it is something that's plaguing us as a community. It's plaguing us in the United States of America. It is a huge deal. And one thing that I discovered is that we have some of the toughest gun laws in the United States, right here in the Virgin Islands, some of the mandatory minimums, etc. What are your thoughts on situations where, for example, you have a 19-year-old, impressionable 19-year-old
4 minutes.
who was caught with a gun? Is there any flexibility in handling a situation like that?
I think that there is. I think that all 19-year-olds are not created equal, right? There's going to be maybe a 19-year-old honor student who got caught up, and there's a 19-year-old who's been in and out of the juvenile justice system from the time they're 13. And, you know, I kind of want to be able to have the latitude to look at every situation on its facts. And, you know, I'm in my head, I'm saying the mommy punishment, right? I would have you, and I'll just use this abstract example, like if my children do something wrong, they're gonna clean the house for 2 weeks, they're gonna talk to all their friends about why they shouldn't do X, Y, Z, and if I turn that into the criminal context, maybe the 19-year-old honor student who's been accepted to UVI, they have to do some public service campaigns so everybody sees their face. Maybe they won't be allowed, even if they have a legitimate business, their opportunity to get a gun license won't happen until they're 30, because we need to make sure that they're responsible enough, because some business owners are allowed to have guns, right? I'm sorry?
Sorry for interrupting you, attorney. Does the law provide you that type of latitude and discretion?
I think the law provides you latitude and discretion because it's the same as upgrading or downgrading a charge based on the facts and circumstances that surround that charge. That's why it's important that you have to look at every situation uniquely and not just have a blanket response to everything.
Absolutely. What would you do if you discovered an employee was involved in illegal activity?
First thing I would do is investigate, get all the information together, including a statement from the employee. And once that is completed, then the discipline will be progressive, depending on if it's a first offense or if it's a repeated offense, and handle it that way. But I won't go with the rumor. I would go after a full investigation is made of the incident or incidences.
Okay. When you hold these positions, Attorney General, position of an Attorney General, leader in this community, criticism comes with the territory. How do you handle criticism from the media and the general public?
Well, I don't work for the media. I work for the general public. And so once my moral compass has indicated to me that I have made the correct decision, you deal with the consequences that follow. You know, you have to be able to willing to operate with integrity at all times, not to be swayed by public opinion changes on any given day. You know, today you're a hero, tomorrow you're an enemy. So you just have to stay the course.
Very true. And you've been in this field for a while, Attorney Smith. How do you handle stress? What's the secret to you being able to look stress-free? I see you all the time and you look stress-free. Even when you're handling some very tough cases, what is the secret?
Get up early in the morning and go for long walks and have a talk with Jesus. I mean, exercise, try to eat right, live right, and that's it. There's no secret. And just, appreciate your family and the friends that you have. Good, clean
Awesome.
living.
Very good, very good. Thank you very much, Attorney Smith. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. At the appropriate time, I plan to vote in the affirmative for the nomination of Attorney Ariel M. Smith to the post of Attorney General of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Potter. At this time, Attorney Smith, I'm going to ask you a question that it's basically something that came to my knowledge this week, and planning to have a discussion with the governor regarding this. If you're aware, St. Croix, particularly, of a situation where there was a release of waste into the air, and individuals in St. Croix are able to file claims. These individuals who would be able to receive claims only have cisterns at their homes, okay? So those individuals that do not have cisterns that were impacted, right? Such as Louis Brown Villas, you have a population of mixed residents to a population of elderly. You have Williams Delight, Wim Gardens. You have residents that do not have cisterns that would not be able to receive a claim. I'm working on a resolution to present to say that these individuals deserve that opportunity to be compensated because they were too impacted. And how would you feel about that parity, that fairness, as it pertains to bringing a resolution for individuals to be able to be compensated?
Well, if you think that that's the appropriate action to do, I say, you represent the people, and I think that's appropriate if that's what you feel. My questions would be more, what is the source of the funds, and what are the funds limited, or are they for limited purposes? And whether or not they can be expanded by your legislation. I'm not familiar with the incident. I don't know whether or not the funds and the limitation that was previously set is based on the funding source or who the money is coming from. So I would need to investigate that further. So I don't really, if you think that that's appropriate, I support your efforts to support those the people of that community. But I'm not sure what the source of the funds that give rise to the claims comes from. So I couldn't really speak to that.
Thank you. Just remember, I represent the people, you represent the people too.
No, I'm talking about the source of the funds. If it's from a particular fund.
Funding source.
The funding source, and it limits the people that can apply for those monies. Maybe, I don't know, maybe that's why the claims may be limited. I'm not sure, because I'm not familiar with the incident.
Okay, thank you for your comments on that. Senator Javon James, you may proceed with your line of questioning, 7 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Attorney Ariel M. Smith, for being here today. I'm not a member of this committee, but I found it fitting to be here today. And when it comes to the full body, I will support you, so I'm not letting you know in advance. But I do have some questions. As far as the Department of Justice and your responsibility, I know there's some oversight when it comes to domestic violence and sexual assault cases. Is that true, right?
That is correct.
And one of the things that I run across is you have the Victim Services Unit. So recently I saw where there have been an increase in sexual assault and rape of minors. So my question to you, once nominated or even in your capacity right now, what will you do to tackle policies and things to protect our young men and women who are being affected by sexual assault in the U.S. Virgin Islands?
Well, I think laws, if they're not there, need to be made. But as far as the Victim Services Unit, as I indicated, we're going to be getting additional resources, which we hope to use to administer.
Elaborate when you say extra resources. Elaborate.
Okay, what I mean is that, as I indicated in my testimony, as part of the Epstein settlement that was under the tenure of former Attorney General Denise George, a part of the funds that were going to be received from the sale of Little St. James is to come to the territory for a particular trust fund to be able to assist sex abuse victims. Those funds have not been received as of yet, but when they come, we'll be asking to be able to expand
When do you plan to receive those funds? When do you plan to receive those funds?
I'm thinking those funds are probably within the next maybe 30 days.
30 days?
Yes.
And as you speak about laws, as I intentionally asked that, I was successful in my first term of passing Act 8460, which speaks to child neglect. I was able to pass Act 8461, that speaks to child abuse. I also brought forward Act 8421, that speaks to knowledge of sexual abuse of a minor, with the support of my colleagues, of course. And one thing that is dear to my heart is the youth of these Virgin Islands, and I just want to make sure that when we have these individuals who commit these crimes, that there is no level of softness when you're dealing with those individuals, because they're affecting young people's lives and it creates trauma, you know? And my question to you, I know that you're going to be a part of various boards or commissions or whatever the case in your capacity, and I'm assuming that one of the things or that you'll be serving on, it has some collaboration with the Women's Coalition as well?
I know that the Victim Services Unit works very closely with them. I'm not sure if I'm personally on any of the boards or commissions that relate to that.
Okay.
4 minutes.
So I'm going to let you just use this time to just speak about your vision for the Victim Service Unit. Besides the Epstein funding, just the staffing, the training. And I know one of the things that was mentioned here is that division, domestic violence policy to promote and participate in the professional training of police, prosecutors, advocates, and others regarding the issues cited above. I'm just going based off of the website. So I just want to know, as far as training, getting the human resources that you have to be able to deal with these cases, what is your vision? What are your goals?
I can tell you what we have right now, and I'll tell you how we can expand it. Right now, we have 2 social workers on St. Thomas in the Victim Services Unit, and their responsibilities are from the inception of the crime, the arrest of the person that victimized their family member or themselves, and giving them counseling and support services, keeping them abreast as to what's going on in the case along the way, help sitting with them through trial, and also providing services after, because just because there's been a conviction, that doesn't mean that the harm has gone away. We also have somebody in the St. Croix division that's doing that, but it's a lot because we have a lot of crime and a lot of people who need the support. So with the funds that we're gonna get, we're intending to enhance that. They're clinical social workers, but they're not therapists. They're not psychologists, and sometimes people might need medication to help them address depression issues. Some of them are just scared, right? We're also looking into, as part of the service, is making sure that when somebody's released from jail, that they're aware of it so they can, conduct themselves or handle their situations so they're not, again, victimized. So it's a situation that we're looking at from all angles, not just during the trial process, but post-trial. And we're looking to have the resources that we get be used to support the services along the way.
And as far as the sexual offender registry in the U.S. Virgin Islands, I'm not sure if you had an opportunity to revisit that or to look into that, but just off the top of your head, what can you see yourself doing to work with your team to make sure that we improve on that? Because we live in a small knit community, and it's very sensitive. So just share with me your vision or your goals to improve that.
One of my visions and goals for the SORNA unit is, number one, a public service campaign, and that's from the time they enter the airport, get off the boat from Tortola or wherever people come from. I want them to see a notice up there, if you're a sex offender, go to the Department of Justice and register. And we want to know where you're gonna be, and how long you're gonna be here. I think they do it now. I'm also encouraging the officers to do spot checks, that they live where they say they live and they work where they say they work, and let them know that we are always watching them, that they're always going to be under, not necessarily surveillance, but we're going to be checking to make sure. We have annual roundups, both the St. Thomas and the St. Croix district. So we are going to be letting the persons who have been convicted of these crimes on various tiers know that we are continually watching them and protecting our community from their activities of the past.
Thank you for placing that on the record. I know everyone is basically human, but I have zero tolerance for individuals who violate others' rights and want to be able to force themselves on individuals. So I'm happy to know that you're willing to work on those things. My time, I think it's called, but lastly, the Office of the Medical Examiner, we know the situation. It was in the VI consortium, it blew up. I think right next door, you're working on is a permanent location or a temporary location?
Temporary location for the medical examiner's office.
And, you know, sometimes temporary turns into permanent in the Virgin Islands. So give us some timelines as far as how you plan to execute that and what is the overall goal for the permanent location. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Well, the permanent location, as I indicated, is going to be the redevelopment of the Turo site. So whatever infrastructure is put in there for the temporary unit, we're going to use it for the permanent building, which is going to be right behind where the temporary structure is now. I don't have a timeline for you, but I think it depends on this body and the support of the initiative to redevelop the Toro building site. So I'm hoping that if we get the support for that site, I've already started to talk to some people, conversations with regard to where that particular modular unit can be moved to. But we also have to get permissions to put the units there.
Thank you, and I just want to say special welcome to the students of Hope for Learning Academy. I'm happy to see you all here and behaving. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
You're welcome, Senator James. And thank you for that last question, because that was going to be one of my questions, that sometimes we have temporary things turn into permanent housing. I would like to ask, do you believe that all citizens have adequate access to legal help and the legal system? And if not, what can be done to provide a wider and better access?
I think that we have the legal services of the Virgin Islands, and I think that they provide excellent services, and if, to the extent that they need to be supported, I think we should support them. But the role of the Department of Justice is limited in terms of who we represent. On the people side, we represent the people of the Virgin Islands from those who violate criminal laws. On the civil side, we represent the government and its executive agencies. So we represent the government if you're suing the government for a police officer that might hit your car, or you feel like you've been a victim of discrimination on your government job. So our role in terms of providing legal services to the people of the Virgin Islands is limited in that regard. But we do have a number of good public organizations that provide legal services that I think should also be supported.
Thank you. At this time, I'll recognize non-committee member, Senator Francis. You may proceed with 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to you, to my colleagues. Good morning to the nominee, Attorney Smith, and good morning to the ladies and gentlemen of the audience and viewing and listening audience. First of all, I want to recognize the students from the Hope of Learning Academy and to welcome you here at the legislature. And I'll tell you that I'm somewhat elated today as I bought into the vision of Miss Marilyn Martin James when she talked about initiating this particular school and wrote the first letter of support. So I'm seeing the fruits of the labor and our future continue to be bright. Thank you for that. So, Ms. Smith, I want to thank you for your willingness to serve in this capacity as the Attorney General of the Virgin Islands. It's an awesome task but I know that you have it within you to carry out the mission of that mandate. So what would you say in terms of how do you reconcile the notion that you're the governor's attorney versus being the people's attorney?
Well, the Office of the Attorney General is not the governor's attorney. The governor has his own counsel within the Office of the Governor. We're the government's attorney, and I think there are oftentimes that we operate in consultation with the Office of the Governor Counsel, but we're not the specific counsel to the governor. He has his own separate counsel within his office.
Very well. So we quickly dismissed that. So today you're here and you're very poised and quiet and certainly answering the questions. What about this job that angers you? What brings out the worst in Attorney Ariel Smith?
I think it takes a lot to, and I think if you are somebody who wants things to work well, that you do get angered, but you have to know how to work past the anger and get to what the problem is and figure out how to deal with it so it doesn't continue to repeat itself. You know, getting angry and staying there serves no purpose.
So let me define it a little bit more. What are you like when you get angry?
What am I like when I get angry? I usually retreat when I get angry. I kind of like close my door and say a couple usas, and then I come back and I say, okay, let's move forward. I'm not a temper tantrum kind of throwing person.
So you don't jump on the desk and slam your door and carry on?
Absolutely not.
You're not like me?
No, I don't know. I once said, hopefully you're more tempered.
No problem. I'm very tempered. As a matter of fact, I'm very, very tempered. So in your role as Attorney General, I would imagine that you're the manager, the disciplinarian. Can you speak of an instance where you had to discipline a subordinate, and what was your course of action during that time?
I have a situation right now where I'm very, I don't know if my staff likes it or not, but I'm one of the people that let people do their jobs. Nobody can come to me straight about anything. As I indicated before, I need a full investigation as to what has happened. When the incident then reaches my desk, the first question I'm going to ask the employee is, why didn't you do your job? Is it a situation with lack of resources? Is it a situation that has to do with lack of training? Or is it simply that you don't care, right? I need that employee to tell me so I could figure out what this is about and get to the bottom of it. And then, based on whether this is a first, second, third instance, then we deal with it accordingly.
3 minutes.
Very well. My time is running. So real quickly, something that angers me, and I believe that we have failed as a government to really address, is our behavioral health, mental health situation in the Virgin Islands. We have recently moved a comprehensive behavioral health legislation. You spoke about the Epstein Fund, and I've written to the governor and asked for $20 million. Let's put our money where our mouth is to make sure that we're funding that from the Epstein estate proceeds. And there's a level of commitment from him on that. And my rationale is because, of course, even some of the child abuse, the sexual abuse, and all those things that we have seen with that investigation, that there'll be some long-term treatment, some long-term care. And again, we have a perfect opportunity to address our behavioral health situation here in the territory. How do you feel about that?
Well, I'm glad that you got the governor's commitment on that. I wasn't aware, but I would tell you that I'm aware that the office, I think Judge Jacobs testified during her testimony that there was another settlement that procured at $15 million. So hopefully those funds will be put to use. But those funds, I guess, would be administered under some other department in terms of the mental health or behavioral health. They wouldn't be under the Department of Justice.
Very well. You spoke about wanting to be the custodian, so I want to make sure that part of that custodian responsibility is that we're going to earmark some of that money for behavioral health.
The custodian responsibilities are specifically limited to certain trust funds, but other funds that are received out of the settlement will be going into general fund for other purposes.
So you spoke about, in your testimony, you spoke about gun violence. You spoke
Sorry.
about gun violence in your
Yes.
testimony. How do you feel about rape cases? How do you feel about perpetrators of rape cases? How do you intend to undertake that whole notion of prosecution of those type of cases?
Vigorously. I mean, any violation of another human being, whether it's person to person, meaning skin to skin, or if it's from a distance across the street, is a violation that needs to be prosecuted. And the challenge I think that we have is a lot of times the victims are unwilling because of the trauma. So we have to figure out how to get them to be willing to, look their, under the law, they're required to look their perpetrators in the face and say it was him and this is what he or she did. So that is our greater challenge, to get the victims to participate in the prosecution.
So I'm holding you to that. I'll be paying particular attention to those type of cases because, in fact, I'm aware of certain cases that seems to linger somewhat in regards to rape cases, and I think that those need to be timely. I heard my time call, and Madam Chair, if I could just wrap up with a comment real quickly.
Yes, you may.
Yeah. You spoke about the Mofuku unit as well. I moved legislation that created that. And they created a legislation that allowed that. And part of that legislation allowed for us to be able to access some additional funding. You spoke about needing some additional funding to make sure that that unit is staffed up. So I'll be interested in joining you in making sure that the federal government own up to their responsibility to make sure that they're funding the Mofuku unit at the optimum.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. And again, I'm not a member of this committee, but again, thank you for your willingness to serve. And at the appropriate time, I'll be casting my vote in support of making sure that the Attorney General is seated and gets to do her job. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator Francis. I have a question. Attorney Smith, do you ever wake up in the middle of the night thinking about a case, wishing you had handled something differently? If so, please describe that one situation.
I think if you care about your job, you always second guess your decisions. You always wonder if you should have said something different, should have done something different. But I think, again, you can't stay where you made the mistake. You have to make sure you implement the change if you had another opportunity moving forward. So, I mean, what I do in the middle of the night, if I think about things that I'm dealing right now, I get up in the middle of the night and I write down things on a pad and I make sure I don't miss it for the next day. Because I'm always trying to be prospective and forward thinking. And I think I'm my greatest critic, and I think that helps me to be better moving forward. I know myself better than anybody else, I could say,
Thank you. And please describe one instance in which you faced an ethical dilemma, and how did you resolve it?
Ethical dilemma. And how did I resolve it? I say that I always go back to the book, right? I always go back to the law. I always go back to figure out if this is something that I can do, because at the end of the day, I'm a lawyer and my license is important to me. So I always have to go back to the law and see whether or not the law permits this. That's my compass, The law is my compass. So I use that whenever I'm faced with decisions. And I'm never quick to make a decision. I'm always kind of say, let me look at it, let me think about it, let me research it. I always give myself that opportunity to step back and look at it more critically.
Thank you for your responses. One thing that I look forward in when individuals come before us for nominations of judges, attorney general, I want to see that individual has integrity, fairness, And I must say, from the time I met you and had that conversation with you in my office, I think that the governor nominated a good candidate for this position.
Thank you.
At this time, I would allow my colleagues a second round of 2 minutes to ask any last-minute questions. So beginning with Senator Carla Joseph, you may proceed with 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really am very pleased, Attorney Smith, with your responses to the questions that myself as well as my colleagues have asked you this morning. It shows and it demonstrates that you have a really good handle on the law and a good handle to be able to render justice in a very, how should I say, unbiased manner, because justice is supposed to be blind. So I really am thankful, of course, for your responses. I wanted to ask you one burning issue, and I've talked about this even during budget hearings for the Department of Justice, relative to the Civil Rights Commission. There used to be a Civil Rights Commission within the Department of Justice. It was funded there and the office, and I recall this is years ago. This is probably telling my age, even though I don't look it. It was manned by a nice gentleman named Attorney Lunsford Williams. And it has not been funded for a number of years. And we find that because we are a majority, or as all of us who are African Americans, and that's our population level is the highest, we find that we may not have issues regarding discrimination. And I know that the Department of Labor handles employer discrimination and those type of labor disputes. But what about the other areas? Education, housing. How is that handled in your department? How can we look at handling those critical issues? Because we do have some level of discrimination relative to housing, people being denied housing because of their source of income. So how are we looking at some of those things?
I am not sure that that's something that's within the Civil Rights Commission. I believe, even though it was physically located in our office, I believe it was something that was under the office of the governor. I don't believe it was a Department of Justice role. It was in our office. I think it was similar to collective bargaining. I think it was funded by the office of the. It was under the office of the governor. But if I may be wrong, but that's my recollection. But notwithstanding that, I know that a lot of agencies, in particular federal housing, they have these Federal Housing Act, and they have some sort of administrative procedure that they have that people can utilize. I'm not sure what the procedure is. Maybe it doesn't exist. I don't know. But I don't know. I haven't thought about that. I recognize that there is discrimination, but the role of the Department of Justice as it relates to a mandate doesn't necessarily specifically include that directly. So I'm not really sure, but if the large change of the office comes back or is funded, then I'm sure they will be required to fulfill those responsibilities. But I don't understand it right now to be a specific responsibility of the Department of Justice. I know that people have been referred to the EEOC in Puerto Rico in certain instances. I know in matters where we defend, that's one of the things that has to be done. You have to complete a certain process through the EEOC. But in relation to the Department of Justice itself taking the mantle for housing discrimination, I take that back, because I know we have, through licensing and consumer affairs, I know we work with them in certain consumer fraud and consumer issues. But I think it's not a formalized process anymore with the loss of that department. So I don't know how that works now.
I will continue this, if we can, this conversation offline, because I have noticed a level of discrimination that is being perpetrated regarding housing here, where individuals with different sources of income, it is clearly publicized that they are not welcome to even look or apply. It is there, published every day almost. And it's for us, and I am familiar with the Fair Housing Act. I'm also familiar with what other jurisdictions have done to address those issues, because we have a crisis in housing. That's why people can't come here and work. And we have a human resources crisis, and you just spoke about it, finding attorneys, because there is those level of discrimination that's being perpetrated against the people that you serve. You will serve as Attorney General. Madam Chair, I appreciate your leeway and your leniency in allowing me to state that. Thank you kindly.
You're welcome, Senator Joseph. At this time, I'll recognize Senator Bolkus for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nominee Smith Esquire, will you as Attorney General prosecute egregious violations such as elderly abuse fraud committed by strangers, for financial exploitation by individuals seeking financial gain, or the downfall of others, things like wills and deeds, bank accounts, power of attorneys? We know that there's a population of people who have abused in the past, elderly individuals, and perhaps it's even continuing or happening right now. As Attorney General, how do you plan to deal with these perpetrators that abuse our elderly population?
I think we're dealing with them right now. I think when the department is aware of an incident that the police has done an investigation and the person is arrested, we are prosecuting them. So we're already doing that. I think we just have to make sure that people report, and then the information comes to it and it's not, like a family secret that is happening. Once the report is made and the investigation is done, we know our role is to prosecute those crimes.
So there's no enforcement division that looks specifically for those elderly abuse cases per se?
Everything begins with our reporting. We have to get the information. I don't know. We have a special investigation unit, and anybody who wants to report something, they can report it to us or to the police. And of course, an investigation is going to have to be had, because it has a paper trail that has to be followed. But once that paper trail is followed and there's a basis for the arrest will be made and the case will be prosecuted.
So from a proactive approach, because what you're saying is more reactive, would your office be willing to strengthen or support the strengthening of time served for individuals that abuse our elderly in this manner?
I'm not sure what you mean by time served. You're talking about, I'm not sure what you mean.
Strengthening the amount of time after violating the crime, one would say.
You mean extending the amount of time that
is right now? Yes.
The thing is, one of the things we have to be cognizant of is stronger laws doesn't necessarily prevent crime. So we have to figure out how to prevent the crime. But if the legislature's intent is to strengthen the laws and create larger penalties or greater penalties, of course we support that.
Okay, very well. Madam Chair, thank you very much for the time, and thank you, Attorney Smith Esquire, for your answers.
And thank you, Senator Bolkes, for those questions. The chair will now recognize Senator Milton Potter for your 2 minutes. Senator Potter, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Attorney Smith, I have always had a fascination with the science of jury selection. I know some folks treat it as a science. And can you share with us your experience with jury selection, how significant or how important that is. And my second question, well, let's get to that first one first.
Okay, well, I'm not speaking for the court, but I know when I was a defense attorney and when I've done civil juries, there's always a problem with willingness to serve as a juror. And so we have that initial situation. And then secondly, because we're in a small community, it's hard to tell who's related to who. So we have that other part of the picture that we have to deal with as practitioners before the court. So my experience is I've selected several juries. I asked that my admins to assist in helping me go through the jury pool and finding people based on their questionnaires will be good persons to serve on that particular jury as impartial hearers of the testimony.
As a prosecutor, how much effort and time, how significant is that process just in the overall execution of this case? How significant is that process to you, or is it you just take what you get, so to speak, given the nature of the community, given the small size, given the relationships? Is that something that a lot of time and effort is put into, or no?
I would recommend that a lot of time be put into it because we don't want people with glaring biases evaluating their peers. We want people who can put aside their biases and listen to the information critically, because that's the charge. That is the charge by the judge.
Time.
Absolutely. My final question, if I may, Madam Chair, with regards to outreach, community outreach, do you have any new strategies that you plan to implement just to step up and improve the communication efforts between the general public and the Office of the Attorney General on legal matters? And I know there's a program, I believe, that the former Attorney General started. So are you planning on continuing that program, and what additional outreach strategies do you plan to employ once you are confirmed to this post?
Whatever works by the former Attorney General, whether it's Attorney General George or anybody prior that was working, I'm all about not breaking something that works. If it works, we're going to work it. With regard to what we're planning new with paternity and child support, we know there's been concerns about the undistributed funds. We have a public notice campaign that's coming out. I've encouraged the victim advocates to do more outreach in terms of being more visible at the courts, maybe putting out some PSAs to let people know that that service is available through our department. Whatever we can do, we're trying to do, because I think we're trying to correct the image of the department and make it more accessible to the people of the community.
Thank you very much, Attorney Smith. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Potter. I think we have completed our second line of question. Oh, sorry, Senator James, I didn't see you there. Senator James, you are recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Greetings once again to the people of the Virgin Islands. A lot of the cases that you will be dealing with, when it comes to adults, I can't say for every case, but let's say a good bit of them comes as a result of what happened in their childhood. So I want to get back to the whole division of paternity and child support. May God bless his soul, you know, former executive director Terrence Joseph was in that capacity at one point. But as far as an assessment on the effectiveness of that division, have you been able to do anything of that nature?
What I can say is that I am looking forward to working with Catherine Jensen de Lugo, who's been in the department off and on for the past 15 years, in putting together initiatives to improve the image of that department and the efficiency of that department. I think there's work to be done, and I think we're going to be working collaboratively to get those things done.
Because I'm one of them who do not subscribe to all men are dogs. I've seen many times where individuals reach out to me And you know, we have some individuals in this community who are spiteful towards the father because the individual moved on. But as far as the access and visitation program, can you speak to me some of the things you'd like to see to improve that, to make sure that fathers who really and truly care about their loved ones or their children can be able to have that right?
One of the initiatives that we're looking at right now is I have encouraged the hearing officers where there's been some sort of agreement between the parties to refer those matters to access and visitation where they have the services of a mediator who can help them put together a visitation agreement that both parties agree with, and that visitation agreement will be incorporated in a child support order. And to that end, it will have some teeth. To the extent that, because the access and visitation program is also available to persons who don't have paternity and child support services. So they will be able to take that agreement to the court for enforcement. So we're hoping to support that service, in that area that way.
My time was called. At a later time, I will be reaching out to you because I stand in support of any man, whether he's rich or poor, who wants to spend time with his children. I stand in full support of them, and some individuals who are women, and I do love women, I respect them, but sometimes you have to let go of the past and let men be fathers to their children. So thank you once again for your time.
Thank you, Senator James. At this time, Senator Francis, you may proceed with 2 minutes. Before I recognize you, I see Senator Fonseca, non-committee member. I think I had a discussion that he wanted to ask questions. After Senator Francis, Senator Fonseca, you will proceed with 2 minutes. Senator Francis?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Attorney Smith, technology. Let's talk a little bit about technology. How do you believe that technology could assist you in carrying out some of your responsibilities at the Attorney General's office?
Well, I'm aware that the VIPD has just started using the artificial intelligence technology, which I know is a growing and evolving area. I think it's new to everyone, but I think like DNA, which initially when it came out they were very skeptical about it and now is widely accepted. I think as we see this area grow, that'll be another law enforcement crime fighting tool that will be incorporated in the prosecution and the arrest and the prosecution of crimes.
And also in-house, I mean, how do you believe that it could assist you in your endeavor in your case management, case tracking, and all those other type of things that technology could support you with?
Well, we also have right now working with property and procurement and getting a case management system, which will allow us to be more efficient in how our cases are handled and how our files are kept. So that's in the works right now.
Okay, and my final question to you is, what about this job? What about your role as Attorney General that keeps you up at night? What gave you a reason for pause?
Oh, this job is a lot, but I think of it generally as really true public service, and so that keeping that in mind, it keeps my willingness to serve. It keeps me willing to serve because I think I can do good work for the people of the Virgin Islands in this capacity.
Thank you very much. It's 35 years for me in government, so take care of your mental health and your behavioral health. All right?
I like to travel, so I'll get some of that in.
Very well. Thank you. I'm on a chair for this.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Senator Ray Fonseca, St. Thomas, non-committee member, you can proceed with 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and a pleasant good morning to the listening audience. Ms. Smith, nominee Smith, I have a couple questions for you, or maybe suggestions, et cetera, et cetera. I'm a non-committee member, but I definitely had to come here and ask you a question. I wanted to put it on the record because, obviously, I see that you have impeccable qualifications, and I think you're an excellent nominee for this position, and I'm sure you will do very well. However, I wanted to give a little advice and ask a couple questions because, when you now become the Attorney General, you got a lot of power and influence. And you know, there's a big staff. The Attorney General is a big staff. I know you came
1
from
minute.
the civil section, but one thing that is extremely important is that you must continue the tradition where the employees are treated fairly and that, you know, we don't get any issues. Because being a former employee, you know, you must have crossed a little path once or twice with another employee, but now that you're the boss, you have to look at the overall picture. So I want to ask you if you know, quite frankly, I want to ask you, do you have a hit list of any employees in the Justice Department that you think that you need to get rid of?
We are so understaffed. I need every single body who wants to remain there to be there.
Oh, that's so nice to hear. That's music to my ears. So, you know, I don't have a vote in this committee, and I'm sure that you're related to me
Time.
because, you know, my grandmother is a Smith. So I am going to vote for you, but please, you know, keep your impeccable level of professionalism that you have distributed. And thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Ray Fonseca St. Thomas, non-committee member. You don't always throw a monkey in a hole, and like you just come with all these questions that we never even thought about. So thank you, Senator Fonseca. At this time, I would allow Attorney Smith to have any last closing words before we go into recess.
Thank you, Senator Capehart. I would say that thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for listening. Thank you for your questions. And my management style is truly one of collaboration. So I'm here, we're all here to work for the people of the Virgin Islands, as I've been reminded and I am aware of. So that's my role and that's my function, and I look forward to it. And I ask for your favorable consideration of my nomination.
Thank you. As I mentioned, you emanate integrity, fairness, and I wish you well on the voting as we vote today. So this committee would stand in recess for 3 minutes. The Committee of Rules is out of recess. At this time, I will entertain a motion. Motion, Senator Joseph.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair and colleagues. I move that the governor's nomination of Ms. Ariel Smith, Esquire, to the position of Attorney General of the Virgin Islands Department of Justice be favorably approved in this committee and forwarded to the full legislative body for further consideration and action. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Carla Joseph and seconded by Senator Milton Potter. Madam Clerk, roll call on the motion.
Senator Angel L. Boquez Jr.,
Yeah.
Senator Boquez, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, Senator Gittens, absent. Senator Maurice C. James, Senator James, absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, Senator Johnson, absent. Senator Carla J. Joseph,
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Milton Potter,
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Senator Diane T. Capehart,
Yes.
Senator Capehart, yea. 4 yeas and 3 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The governor nominee, Ms. Ariel Smith, has been voted upon favorably and passed out of this Committee of Rules and forwarded to the full body for further consideration. At this time, I would just like to say congratulations, and we look forward to the full body in session to then continue the process of voting for Attorney Smith. At this time, Sergeant of Arms, can you allow our other testifiers in the second block into the well? Madam Clerk, in the meantime, can you read the second block into the record?
Block 2, Governor's renomination of Judge Harold Willocks, the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands for the District of St. Croix. Governor's nomination of Yvette D. Ross Edwards, Esquire, the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands, District of St. Croix. That completes Block 2.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good afternoon, testifiers, nominees, sorry. At this time, I would ask that you make sure you bring the mic close to you. Ms. Yvette Ross Edwards, probably you could move over a little bit because, yes, you would have to speak directly into the mic. At this time, are there any testifiers, testimonies to be read into the record?
No, Madam Chair.
Are there any testifiers in the chambers today that any of the nominees would like to be read into the record?
Yes, Senator Capehart. The testimony of Ms. Charmaine Hobson and the testimony of Attorney Russell Pate.
So if you could put their names on the record, and, oh yes, you have to identify your name first before you speak. Also, Judge Willocks, before you speak, anytime you speak, you identify yourself. And that is for the stenographers to be clear on who's speaking. At this time, the Sergeant of Arms, if you can also let those testifiers who would be speaking on Ms. Yvette Ross Edwards, you may proceed into the well. Thank you. So the first testifier, if you could please identify yourself, speak directly into the mic, and you may proceed with your testimony.
Morning, Chairperson, Madam Diane Capehart, Senators, and all members in the building today. My name is Tandy Masalela. However, I am reading this testimony on behalf of my mother, Charmaine Hobson. Due to vision issues, she does not want to mess this up at all, so she asked that I do read this for her, and I'm hoping I don't mess it up either. So,
I know you would do well, so you may proceed.
Thank you. Dear Senator Capehart, it is an honor and true privilege to address this body on behalf of my friend, Attorney Yvette Ross Edwards, whom I have known, loved, respected, and wholeheartedly trusted for approximately 50 years. Understandably, pouring so many rich, meaty years of friendship into a couple pages will be quite daunting, but I will attempt to pen a narrative worthy of my comrade. We have weathered many storms together and always ended on the better side of life because of our unending and unbreakable friendship. Therefore, I humbly seek your indulgence in advance for the poignancy and spirit of my letter. When I first met Attorney Ross Edwards, we were in elementary school. Her demeanor back then has remained consistent throughout her life. She was a quiet observer, a consummate communicator, and debater with a quick wit and a humble brilliance that made everyone comfortable in her presence. We ended up at Hampton Institute, now Hampton University, and she was a scholar to be admired. She excelled in all her classes and found time to play softball and volleyball with the Hampton Pirates. She graduated magna cum laude, but two qualities she possessed impressed me more: her focused ambition on returning home to serve her community, and secondly, her humility. So while Yvette continued on to law school, I returned home and began my career in education. There was no such thing as WhatsApp back then, but we wrote many letters and had exorbitant phone bills. Yvette came home, and yes, she was ready. Her exuberance for law, community development, and family was evident by those who knew her well and by those who worked with her. You see, Yvette has never worried about working hard behind the scenes as long as the job got done. Ironically, almost always, her hard work and commitment placed her in a leadership position which she managed with grace and dignity. I would say that Yvette's brilliant understanding and adherence to the law added to her being a model citizen of our community. She uses her knowledge of the law to make the best decision for all involved. She is an active team player, an innovative leader, and a faithful steward. I often tease her about being fastidiously organized. Since retiring, I have volunteered at her office. She takes checks and balances to an entirely other level. However, because of her organized office system that is both paper and pencil and electronic, she can immediately and efficiently locate dates, documents, files, receipts, etc. I wrote all this to emphatically depict the indelible, incomparable, and incredible character Attorney Ross Edwards possesses that will guide her as a judge. She is trustworthy, considerate, brilliant, and respectful. She will wield her gavel in support and defense of the law and in the best interest of our community. Her mission in life has always been to diplomatically serve courageously and with integrity. She has done this and will continue to do so, even if she has to boldly and fearlessly stand alone to defend a cause. Sometimes being the lone wolf suits her just fine because she has instinctually researched, deliberated, and counseled before making and supporting a decision. Her conscience must be clear. Attorney Yvette Ross Edwards is a true Virgin Islander who is principled and possesses the judicial temperament necessary to communicate, listen, and mete out justice with precision and fairness. Therefore, I respectfully ask you to listen to her qualifications, community involvement, and life experiences, then decide to place this competent stalwart in the position of judge of the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands of the United States. I sincerely thank you for giving me the opportunity to share my friend with you and for allowing me to pen a couple pages filled with a lifetime of truth, respect, and admiration. Many regards, Charmaine Hobson, and as well, thank you so much, Nene Yvette.
Thank you.
You are welcome.
At this time, I will have Attorney Pate read your testimony into record. Attorney Pate.
Yes, Russell Pate. Thank you, Chairperson Capehart, and this committee, and this honorable body, and those of the listening audience. I write to commend the governor for his nomination of Attorney Yvette Ross Edwards to the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands. One of the benefits and blessings of the Virgin Islands is that judges are nominated by the executive branch. In some states, particularly two states where I have lived and practiced law, Texas and North Carolina, judges are elected. I've seen attorneys elected to judgeship simply because their names were the same as a famous NASCAR driver or a movie star. Thankfully, in the Virgin Islands, the governor, with the assistance of his staff, cabinet, and other advisors, can make a diligent and conscientious judicial selection of a competent, qualified, and hardworking attorney. Attorney Yvette Ross Edwards proves this conscientiousness. She's an excellent selection. I've known Attorney Yvette Ross Edwards professionally for over 10 years. I've served on the Board of Governors of the Virgin Island Bar Association and also as president of the bar. For many of those years, Attorney Yvette Ross Edwards was a fellow member. She calmly and competently served on the Board of Governors for many years, helping build consensus and shepherding along projects, while also managing her own law practice with a vast variety of everyday people as her clients. She is a peacemaker, a consensus builder, a deliberate thinker, soft-spoken with a thoughtful and kind demeanor. Many lay people think of attorneys as grandiose, with heavy braggadocio, but Yvette Ross Edwards defies those stereotypes and lets her actions speak much louder than her quiet words. I know in her long practice, her accolades are numerous, but she would never advertise her achievements. She is someone who donates anonymously and defers and gives credit to the team. Yvette Ross Edwards stands for, through her quiet but consistent actions, the highest standard of attorney ideals and commitment. First and foremost, as service to the client. Second, to advancing justice via her service with the bar. And third, to the community through her numerous activities and her service to a wide variety of the general public. I'm also well pleased to see an attorney who has labored for so many years in private practice assume the bench. Judges who have literally been in the shoes of those attorneys appearing before them understand the nuances, conundrums, and plethora of problems that private practice attorneys endure. Just as one example of many, overhead, which attorneys in government practice only may not be personally familiar with. In conclusion, I have no doubt that in a judicial role with her black robe, Yvette Ross Edwards will focus her efforts on fairly applying the law and moving cases forward to timely resolution, all while treating all litigants and attorneys before her with her trademark courtesy. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Attorney Pate. Thank you for your testimonies. At this time, the supporting testifiers, I would allow you to be excused, and the Sergeant of Arms, he will escort you out of the well. So thank you for your testimony today. Thank you, Sergeant of Arms. At this time, I would ask Governor's nomination, Yvette D. Ross Edwards, Esquire, to read your testimony into record today. You may proceed. At this time, I'll take a 2-minute recess. The Committee of Rules is back in committee. At this time, I'll do some housekeeping and ask you to raise your right hand. At this time, if you can please raise your right hand and make sure the mic is in front of you. Do you solemnly affirm under penalty or perjury that the testimony you will give to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Thank you. So at this time, Ms. Edwards-Ross, you may proceed with reading your testimony into record.
Thank you, Senator. Yvette Ross Edwards. The Honorable Senator Diane T. Capehart, Chairman of the Rules and Judiciary Committee, other honorable members of the Rules and Judiciary Committee, honorable members of the 35th Legislature, family, friends, colleagues, and the listening and viewing public, good afternoon. As I indicated, my name is Yvette Ross Edwards. The Honorable Governor Albert Bryan Jr. has nominated me to be a judge at the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands in the District of St. Croix. Today, I will share with you the information upon which I believe the governor relied and deemed me fit for nomination. I understand that the members of the Rules and Judiciary Committee must review my character, legal experience, skills, and training for the position, and make recommendations to the body as a whole on my nomination. While I don't usually relish talking about my achievements, I will demonstrate through my experiences, associations, and actions what makes me a ready and appropriate selection to serve as judge of the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands in the District of St. Croix. Before I proceed, however, I thank this committee for its role in the process. I am the product of parents born in the Virgin Islands with a family lineage that goes back at least 5 generations on both sides. I am also a product of an extended family which reaches beyond the shores of our islands into the broader Caribbean and the continental United States. More impactfully, I am a product of St. Croix, my community village. While I have 2 sisters on my father's side, I was raised in a single-parent household by my mother, Genevieve Edney. There, I learned the ethics of hard work, independence, courage, persistence, and perseverance. My only child status carried little weight as I became a part of every family household with a guaranteed seat at every dinner table and a place to rest my head, and shared chore responsibilities in every home, in the yards and on my grandfather's farm. My family village surrounded me, instilling respect for authority, a thirst for education, and a love of my community. By example, and without much explanation, my father, Edgar D. Ross, former judge of the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands, counseled me that there are no shortcuts in life. You must work hard. That the law shows no favors, but is necessary to civilize living. That no one, regardless of background, is above or beyond the law, and that the practice of law, while a playing field for legal mischief, is where persons challenge the strength and constitutionality of our rules, a necessary part of our strife for justice. I understood that in the courts, laws are made and enforced. The courtroom ensures that our community's safety and sanctity are protected, and every human being's rights are guarded. Additionally, I learned respect for law enforcement, which was reinforced by members of my family who were proud members of the Virgin Islands Police Department. I am also a product of the ball field, where I would often be found engaged in rigorous and competitive training and ball playing as a fast-pitch softball catcher. My dedication and hard work were rewarded with my selection on several St. Croix and Virgin Islands teams to compete in various Caribbean tournaments and a place on the Virgin Islands fast-pitch all-star team at the Pan American Games in Cuba. I later joined other softballers to revive fast-pitch softball on St. Croix and train young ladies in the game of fast-pitch softball through the Croyette Fast-Pitch Softball League. And furthermore, I held leadership roles with the Elmo Plaskett West Little League and the Babe Ruth West Baseball League. I was a compilation of all these experiences and character traits when I graduated from high school 40 years ago, in 1983, from St. Dunstan's Episcopal School in Christiansted, St. Croix, a school that I attended since kindergarten. St. Dunstan's was associated with the Episcopal Church in which my spiritual faith was molded since birth at the St. Paul's Anglican Episcopal Church in Frederiksted, St. Croix. At St. Dunstan's, I served as my class president. I served as student government president, and I participated and competed in every sports I could possibly do, even if it meant competing and playing with the boys. I am nonetheless a quiet, reserved person who speaks only when the weight of my words would carry meaning. Nevertheless, I often strive to find magic in the stroke of my pen, and such it was when I graduated from Hampton University, formerly Hampton Institute in Virginia, in 1987 with a Bachelor of Arts in English and the English department's highest award. I graduated in the top 5% of my graduating class, magna cum laude. In addition, I earned the distinction of being the athlete with the highest academic achievement, having played college volleyball and softball in a then NCAA Division II college. Following Hampton University, I furthered my education at the University of Massachusetts at Amherst in a graduate program that garnered me a Master of Education with a concentration in English and certified me to teach in 30 states. I also obtained experience teaching in the Boston public school system at the Boston Latin Magnet School in Boston, Massachusetts. And in addition, I worked at a corporation in Bedford, Massachusetts in its human resources department, teaching ESL to adult employees. In 1988, I was driven to pursue a law degree. And 2 weeks after completing my master's program, I entered Albany Law School in Albany, New York on a scholarship. I graduated from Albany Law School in May 1991 while obtaining experience in criminal defense work from the New York State Public Defender's Office and the New York State Defenders Association under a program that allowed senior law students to obtain practical legal experience. I also represented the mentally and physically challenged at the law school's disability law clinic. I took the Virgin Islands bar examination in 1991, and upon passing was sworn in and admitted into the practice of law in the United States Virgin Islands in July 1992. I was subsequently admitted to practice law before the District Court of the Virgin Islands and the Third Circuit Court of Appeals, all of which I remain an active member. Today, I remain a person of integrity and strong work ethic. In addition, I practice respect for everyone, regardless of one's station, and respect for the rule of law. Character traits reinforced and further enhanced by my legal career. My first job as an attorney was with the law offices of Ross and Cannon, later the law offices of George W. Cannon. Then attorneys Edgar D. Ross and George W. Cannon introduced me to the general practice of law, encouraging my client representation in areas of family, property disputes, deeds, civil litigation, traffic, criminal, and landlord-tenant. At this stage in my career, I represented clients in bench trials. In 1996, I worked as general counsel and assistant director for the Office of the Lieutenant Governor in the Division of Banking and Insurance. There I was exposed to insurance and banking regulations. I returned to private practice in 2001 and worked for the law offices of Eric Moore, which in 2003 became Moore and Sopak. There I was introduced to insurance defense work. I worked with and was mentored by attorney Eric Moore, one of the prominent insurance defense attorneys at the time, on slip and fall, medical malpractice, food poisoning, product liability, and discrimination cases. I also learned the value of legal case management programs to effectively and efficiently managing an office caseload. In 2004, an opportunity availed itself. Then attorney George W. Cannon Jr. was moving forward to be the magistrate judge of the district court, and I took advantage of this opportunity to assume his practice. In over 2 weeks, I moved from purely insurance defense back to a general practice firm with some insurance defense, family, civil, criminal, personal injury, and contract matters. I assumed representation for approximately 75 cases about which I knew absolutely nothing, but on which I made myself competent. I accepted a legal practice which I had no experience operating, but had to ensure the efficient operation and management of the office. Moreover, I assumed a business that not even my years with the Business and Professional Women's Organization could have prepared me for. But I invested the time, worked the cases, learned from the challenges, and persevered. For over 19 years, I ran a successful law office. When I opened my office, the now Honorable Magistrate Judge Yolande Brow Ross of the Superior Court remained with me as an associate attorney. Then in 2005, the now Honorable Emil Henderson III, Magistrate Judge of the District Court of the Virgin Islands, joined me as an associate and later became my partner. In 2012, my office moved away from insurance defense and began accepting medical malpractice and plaintiff litigation work. I also handle criminal, civil, and contract litigation, real estate, some estate planning, probate, and family matters. The bottom line is that my office was in Frederiksted, St. Croix, and I wanted to make sure that I could service the community. In addition, I provided contract work for various quasi-government agencies, including the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority, the Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority, and the Virgin Islands Port Authority as insurance defense counsel. During my private practice, I zealously represented clients in approximately over 40 criminal matters, of which 11 went before the jury at the Superior and District Courts. I also tried 7 civil trials on property disputes, contracts, and personal injury, one of which was a jury trial. The others successfully settled. I was a member of the Criminal Justice Act panel for pro bono criminal appointments at the Superior and District Courts, and I'm on the Family Court-appointed panel. On each matter, I strive to become and remain competent in my areas of practice. Like some attorneys, 16, even 18-hour days, 7 days a week were not unusual. It was what was necessary to get the work done. My office further evolved in recent years with the advent of COVID-19. My law practice shifted primarily to probate, estate planning, and real estate, with some civil and family litigation matters. I am currently a contract counsel for the Virgin Islands Casino Control Commission. In reviewing my 32+ years of legal practice, I am proud of my ability to reduce legal concepts to simple terms that my clients could understand, which allows me to be an effective communicator. I hone the skill of careful listening and then deductive and analytical reasoning. I served within the legal community on the Virgin Islands Bar Association's governing board for several terms, starting around 2014 as chair and vice chair on its Access to Justice Committee, where I currently serve. The Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of the Virgin Islands, the Honorable Reese Hodge, appointed me to serve on the Board of Professional Responsibility. I serve on the District Court Committee for the revision of its criminal and civil rules and the appointment and reappointment of the Federal Public Defender. I volunteer to provide pro bono legal services through Legal Services of the Virgin Islands, on which I have also served on its board of directors, and I offered free legal services to members of the farming community. I currently serve on the Bar Committee for the revision of the probate rules. All the while, I have been married for 28 years to Percival Tahima Edwards, a local activist, historian, and advocate for farmers' rights and the preservation of Virgin Islands culture. I have supported his vision as president of the St. Croix Farmers in Action and the Bethlehem Restoration Project. And in addition, I have volunteered and chaired the Crucian Coconut Festival for several years. My husband and I raised 3 children on St. Croix through the private and public school systems. Malcolm is a graduate of Old Dominion University in Norfolk, Virginia, with a Bachelor of Science in Mechanical Engineering. Misa is a University of the Virgin Islands graduate with a Bachelor of Science in Accounting. In addition, she has a Master of Science in Coaching Psychology from Liberty University in Atlanta, Georgia. My youngest, Mahalia, graduated from Howard University in Washington, D.C. with a Bachelor of Business Administration in Computer Information Technology. She's pursuing an aviation career with the United States Air Force and will graduate from flight training on May 19, 2023. I am also a grandmother of 2 grandsons, Liam, age 2, and Luca, age 10. Well, 10 months, rather. Without reservation, I am proud of my family, and they too reflect my accomplishments. Incidentally, my children also kept me connected to my community. I was voted in and served as Parent-Teacher Association president at the Good Hope School, and I also served on the school's Board of Trustees. Before Good Hope School, I served on the Board of Trustees for the Community United Methodist School. In addition, I willingly sponsored the educational complex Lady Barracuda's basketball team to a tournament in Puerto Rico. And I was also a strong parent supporter of the AYSO grassroots soccer program, in which my 3 children grew up and played in the Virgin Islands national teams at various levels. Spiritually, I'm grounded and have served within my church in many capacities, including Sunday school teacher, outreach committee chair, convention deputy, and the church's vestry. Most recently, I served as regional dean for St. Croix under the Right Reverend Bishop Ambrose Gumbs of the Episcopal Diocese of the Virgin Islands and deputy to the National Convention. In addition, I am vice chair of the Title IV Disciplinary Committee for the National Episcopal Church and the Virgin Islands Diocese's church attorney. It has been said that good character is not formed in a week or a month. It is created gradually, day by day, over a lifetime of experiences, equally. An accomplished attorney works hard at her skills, fights hard for her clients, and exhibits good character. Senators, this is who I am, a hard worker, competent in my skill area. This is who I am, compassionate and dedicated. This is who I am, a good listener. This is who I am personally and professionally. I shared with you the experiences that molded my character and developed the skills and traits that will impact my effectiveness as a judge if confirmed. Today, you judge me on my qualifications developed in the classroom, the courtroom, and the community. My history reveals that I have the temperament, work ethic, and legal competence for the position. But most importantly, I'm a ready nominee. I will endeavor to keep my cases on track, to deliberate and rule with firmness, fairness, and compassion, to rule in accordance with the law, and to sustain the community's confidence in our judicial institutions. In closing, I humbly thank God for opening this opportunity, and I thank the Honorable Albert Bryan Jr. for seeing in me the skills and character needed for this position and for nominating me. And finally, I thank my family, friends, and colleagues who have expressed confidence and support in my nomination, some of whom are here today. And I thank you, the Rules and Judiciary Committee, for your attention and consideration. As the law mandates, my nomination can only be confirmed with the advice and consent of the Virgin Islands Legislature. I remain available to answer questions about my qualifications that I believe make me a ready nominee. I thank you.
Thank you. Governor's nomination, Yvette D. Ross Edwards Esquire, for the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands testimony today. Now I would ask the governor's renomination of Judge Harold Willocks to the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands District of St. Croix to proceed with your testimony.
Thank you. Good day, Honorable Chairperson Dan Capehart, Honorable Senators and listeners. If I may, I'd like to take this opportunity to have a moment of silence in honor of the Honorable Judge Eileen Peterson and also the Honorable Judge Raymond Finch, if I may, Counsel. Thank you. Thank you. I am a product of the public schools of St. Croix and earned my bachelor's degree in political science from Morgan State. Let me just say this, if I may. It's sort of awkward for me because I don't really like speaking about myself, so I've really abbreviated this a whole lot. So, but I will be available if anyone has any questions. I attended the Howard University Graduate School where I majored in political science and philosophy. The following year, I attended Howard University School of Law. My studies were interrupted and I returned home for 2 years. Excuse me. I resumed my educational pursuits and completed my Juris Doctorate in 1987 from the Antioch School of Law. My experiences and services stretch well over 30 years. For a period of time between 1978 and 1985, I enjoyed the rewarded profession of teaching at the Elena Christian Junior High School, the Otto Richards Junior High School, and my alma mater, St. Croix Central High School. In 1987, I worked as an Assistant Attorney General under the Attorney General Godfrey D. Castro. While there, I handled criminal cases, at that time with a jurisdiction up to 5 years. I appeared in family court, the juvenile cases, traffic, and various other types of cases. In 1988, I became a territorial public defender. In this capacity, I handled hundreds or perhaps thousands of cases involving the indigent population of the Virgin Islands. After 4 years, I became Chief Public Defender of the Virgin Islands. For many years during my tenure as the Chief Public Defender, the Office of the Public Defender had one of the highest jury trial win ratios for a public defender's office in the nation. And the Public Defender's Office was recognized for this and its innovative way of handling indigent clients and for its community involvement. Excuse me. In August of 2009, I was nominated by the Honorable John P. D. Young, Governor of the Virgin Islands of the United States, to serve a 6-year term as the judge of the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands. I was later unanimously approved by the legislature of the Virgin Islands. I was reappointed by the Honorable Kenneth Mapp, Governor of the Virgin Islands of the United States, for a second term. I have served as both as an administrative judge, as a presiding judge, and currently as a senior sitting judge of the Superior Court. I have assisted various community organizations, especially those dealing with the youth and the mentally ill. I spearheaded the Virgin Island History, Geography, and Civics and Character Enhancement Bowl and the Prevention Through Education Summer Camp. Some of the honors bestowed upon me include the Virgin Islands Humanities Scholar and the Virgin Island Cultural Bearer. I've been one of the leading advocates for educational programs and activities for the youth of the Virgin Islands. I played a vital role in the establishment of an expungement statute for the Virgin Islands and the Virgin Island Behavioral Health. I would like to first acknowledge and thank the foundation of my life, my wife, Yvette Willocks, to which I probably wouldn't be here. In fact, I wouldn't be here without her support. That should take me out of the doghouse. Without her support and encouragement. I also like to acknowledge unsung heroes that were and I'm choosing my word carefully, were instrumental also in the Behavioral Act bill. Attorney Pontine, who is one of those soft-spoken person that does everything, including instrumental. The Attorney O'Brien, Attorney Walters, they were also instrumental in the skeleton of the foundation, establishing the foundation, if you will, to which the Behavioral Health Act bill grew from. I would like to also thank the Honorable Judge, excuse me, to thank this honorable body and the Governor for appointing me, and I look forward for your anticipated support, and thank you for your time, and I'm available for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we have a long agenda today, so I'll ask my colleagues with the first line of questioning, 7 minutes. So Senator Carla Joseph, you may proceed. 7 minutes.
And thank you so much, Madam Chair. Definitely welcome to the 2 nominees for judgeship of our Superior Court, Attorney Yvette Ross Edwards, who I've had an opportunity to converse with, and also Judge Harold Willocks, who I worked with in the past when I managed a territorial organization geared towards young people who were at risk, and he played a really great role in helping me with some of our young people and giving them second opportunities. He was not a judge then. He was actually working in another government agency, as I believe it was a territorial public defender's office. So definitely I want to commend the governor for, again, selecting and sending down nominees who have the qualification, the drive, the passion to do the work of public service, especially in the judicial branch. I do have some questions, and both of you may be feeling back and forth with the questions I am about to ask you. But we have 8 minutes, and so I would, 7 minutes, so I will head right into those questions. As one question I have is just in consideration of judicial philosophies. I'll start with you, Judge Willocks. Can you tell me in very succinctly what is your judicial philosophy?
My judicial philosophy is be fair, dispel justice, and try to move cases as quickly as possible.
Okay. And you, Attorney Ross Edwards?
My judicial philosophy is to rule with compassion and fairness, to render judgments and rulings as timely as possible, and to effectively and efficiently manage the caseload so that litigants and attorneys, as well as the community, can receive their due just result.
Thank you so much for those responses. Now, I have another question, and I've asked this question of our previous judicial nominee, and it's a question regarding common law, and there's that common law and that preamble that we have the right to pursue life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. How does your philosophy wrap around that? And again, I will start with you, Judge Willock.
The pursuit of happiness is actually constitutional, and judges take oaths to follow the Constitution. Now, that's an extremely broad question, and I'm not certain as to what aspect of it I should address, but as a judge, you follow the laws of the Virgin Islands and the Constitution. The purpose of life, pursuit of life, and it goes on to pursuit of happiness. A philosophical approach would be, can one happiness infringe upon another? And therefore, I guess it will be what the judicial system is about to make certain that the infringement upon one happiness does not go to the other. I'm not, again, the question is one that's overly broad, and I just try to do it from a philosophical point of view.
Okay, and the same question applied to you, Attorney Ross Edwards.
Thank you, Senator, for the question. The pursuit of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness within the context of the judicial role, for me, relates to ensuring that all persons have fair and equal access to the judicial system and has the opportunity to bring their claims, concerns before the judicial system, to have it heard and timely decided. In that pursuit of life, liberty, and happiness, our constitutional drafters found it in their wisdom to create a judicial system, because that judicial system is an integral part of its citizens' effort to ensure that they can pursue those avenues that would make those rights available to them.
Okay, now, justice is said to be blind, and relative to be able to maintain that level of balance and to look at what public opinion is, as well as what's the Constitution, our Virgin Islands Code says. How would you handle that, especially if you are in a situation wherein public opinion has changed and shifted, but the law is clear and the Constitution is clear? Attorney Ross Edwards, I'll start with you to answer that question.
I believe that I'm judicially bound to follow the law. There will always be public opinion, pro and cons. My responsibility is to thoroughly review all aspects of the law and the facts and to rule accordingly. Once I've done that, then I rest on the judgment that I render.
And thank you. Judge Willock?
Thank you. Public opinion should never, ever have any input in the judicial system or for for a judge. The judge rule and its responsibility is to follow the law. The one time when it becomes just a little impactful would probably be at sentencing as a deterrence. But at no point should public opinion play any role. As a judge, there's a big circle on your back, a big bullseye, and as such, you just have to realize that you're going to get criticized regardless of what. So,
Thank you so much. Madam Chair, I just have one pressing question, but I'll save it for the second round if needed. Thank you both for your answers. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the leeway as well.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. At this time, I'll ask one question. Both of you may answer. What is your position regarding the backlog of cases before the Superior Court, and what are your recommendations to address this issue? And third, are there any recommendation as it pertains to administrative adjustments that can be instituted with this problem?
well, I guess I'll go first. There is a backlog, of course there is. Now, one of the first things it can do is can give the court the monies that they're asking for, as well as the public defenders, the defense bar, and the Attorney General office. We fail to understand that 2017, we had two major Category 5 hurricanes. The court, and again, I'm not speaking for the court, I'm just giving a historical analysis. There were very little, we couldn't do jury trials. We did a very basic advised arraignment, whatever as we could. By the time we started to catch ourselves, if you will, COVID, which even pushed cases farther back. I think, and we, as the judicial branch, did several things to try to counter that. We had what we call judicial summit meetings with the governor, the attorney general, the chief public defender, and I think one or two senators. And we tried to see how we could address some of the pressing issues with the COVID. The overcrowding the jails, how do we handle the advisor rights and arraignments, and so forth. We're now beginning to pick up again on these cases. But what we have done is that we've now have remote hearings such as for advisor rights and for arraignments. But the reality is that we need additional bodies. We're trying to press as far and as fast as we can. And as Attorney General nominee says, we have issues that go beyond the judicial branch. The bringing in of juries. As a public defender and attorney general, I've tried probably over 100 jury trials. I've never seen, as a judge, I can't even recall how much, maybe 20 or whatever, but I've never seen it at a point where there is such a reluctance, if you will, for people to sit in the jury. One of the problems that I have is people will find all kind of reasons, be it religious or otherwise, not to sit. So that is something that we have to, as a court, deal with. We are meeting, we're trying to figure out, maybe through public service announcements, and to educate the people of the Virgin Islands as to their duty, their civic duty, to sit on a jury. So you have these other factors involved. you also have to look at the availability, because sometimes cases, and this goes again to the backlog, I've set 10, 12 cases on a calendar for trial. But the reality is this: you want to give both sides an equal opportunity to present their case or to come to trial. If the Attorney General doesn't have the requested DNA through no fault of theirs, then that hinders their prosecution. If the public defender or the defense bar missing a witness, a crucial witness, then that also hinders the ongoing of cases. So there's a lot of factors involved. So, and I say that to say that one cannot simply isolate one category of the judicial system. It must be done through a wholesome approach. And as such, and I've been asking, I think it's going to happen, we need to have a judicial summit that all parties can meet, and we discuss how we can better go forward and address these issues. That was done, I believe, by Governor Snyder at one time. It was done twice by Governor Bryan. But we're in need of that, because the problem that we have is not just the court, it's not the Attorney General office, it's not just the defense bar, it is the entire judicial system that needs to come together to address those issues, including the backlog and the Speedy Trial Act or bill.
Okay. Attorney Ross Edwards, do you have any recommendations?
Yes. Insofar as, if confirmed, what I would do to help address the backlog is that I would implement a system within my office that would require immediately the review of all cases, whether criminal or civil, that's considered backlogged. Insofar as the civil docket is concerned, I anticipate separating them in essentially 3 categories. Those that are delayed just because no one has given them attention. Those that are delayed because they're pending discovery motions, and if there is a ruling that it will be able to move forward. And those that are delayed because of substantive matters. And prioritize the discovery motions as quickly as possible. Additionally, it is my intent to try to have status conferences at least 3 times a year, so that not only for the court, but for the attorneys, these cases do not get lost. We get them on track and they're not lost. And this would also apply to active cases. And finally, we would review them, the backlog cases, to update all scheduling orders. And I anticipate, with the input of counsel at a status conference, scheduling trial dates. And so that all parties, litigants, attorneys know they're working towards a trial date, and any extensions therein would be extensions within that period of time. So counsel and their clients would have input in that date, given their realistic expectations of managing that matter. And I anticipate that if I implement that system, it would go a long way towards helping not only the backlog, but the current cases to move forward.
Thank you for those recommendations and giving an overview of the challenges, Judge Willocks. At this time, I would like to recognize Committee Member Marish James. Welcome. And Madam Clerk, if you can please mark Senator James as present. Now I'll recognize Senator Angel Bocas for your 7 minutes. Please recognize Senator Bocas. Mike.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, listening and viewing audience and central staff. And good afternoon to the Honorable Judge Harold Willocks and nominee Yvette B. Ross Edwards, Esquire, for your willingness to serve in your capacities as judges in the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands. I want to start off by asking Attorney Ross Edwards, Esquire, As a former educator, which is I believe is very important. Education is the foundation of all things societal. What sorts of philosophies or partnerships do you believe are needed that can be explored in that area of government that you'll be serving? I know that you have the Rising Stars in that capacity in the court system. Do you think we need more youth initiative programs under that division?
I understand your question, Senator, to relate to generally how the court may extend itself to provide programs for the youth. The Rising Stars program is an excellent program. I believe simple things like what I observe happen here in Chambers today, which is a collaboration where schools are encouraged to visit the court and to sit in and understand the process that occurs in the courtroom, would help to further foster a greater understanding and appreciation for what happens in the courtroom by our youth. With regard to any other programs that the court can implement, I believe that we should extend our resources into the public school system and private school system, including participating, let's say, in job fairs or career fairs that helps to educate on the role of attorneys, on the role of judges, on the role of law enforcement, so that our community and our youth can have a greater appreciation, understanding, and respect for those institutions.
Thank you. A lovely, well-worded statement. I totally agree with you 110%. And based on your professional experience and your education, what ideals do you intend to bring to the Superior Court?
What ideals?
Yeah.
I intend to ensure that everyone that comes into to my courtroom, if confirmed, feels that their voice or their position is heard. So I intend to be open-minded.
4 minutes.
And a careful listener. I intend to show attorneys as well as the litigants their due respect and to recognize that their positions are integral parts of our process for justice. And I intend to ensure that the handling or management of each litigant's case gets its due attention so that persons are not stuck in a lengthy period waiting for resolution.
Thank you so much for that answer. I'd like to shift over to Judge Willocks. Good afternoon, sir. And I would like to ask you questions in your current capacity, just to understand, because I've always wondered what criteria do you use, or any judge for that fact, in deciding whether to impose a term sentence outside of what would be considered a standard range, if you're allowed to do so with latitude? Like, what are some of the criteria that you have to think about concerning making such judgments?
You're referencing the sentencing?
Yes, sir.
There's several aspects. The key issue being, you look at the background of the person. That person has a lengthy criminal background. You look at the ability for them to merge back into the society, if you will. And there is a balancing factor. You look at, well, what is it that this person needs? Because we get caught up into, a lot of times, the public hysteria, put them in jail. And though there are people that need that, we still have to look at it that when we take and we put people in jail, we're in essence making a super gang. Because when they go in there and they have to learn from the older ones, and they take advantage and try to get them that when they get released, they go out and join the other gangs. So what we have done is we look at an innovative way. Does this person need education? Yes. Is this person going to be a problem and needs to be go to jail in order to get time to be rehabilitated? Can we, because we just look forward to, if I put this person in jail, what skills is this person going to have? But they're going to come out eventually. So we look at, okay, do I put this person in jail and they come out without skills, or do I sentence that person to maybe 5 years, suspend it, and tell that person, look, you have to get an education. You have to stay, can't commit any crimes, can't associate with anyone known or should be known to be a felon. You must get a skill. And you basically give the key to this person for the jail. In some instances, it's been very effective. In others, it has not. But my experience has been that perhaps 90% of the time, it has been effective. So you look at, again, the rehabilitation, you look at the history of the person, the whole family structure, all of that is listed in the pre-sentence report, that the courts get a full background, if you will. And then you look at the deterrence also, and you balance all those factors, because...
Time.
I'm sorry, if I may. This is where I mentioned earlier about the public, because only to that aspect do you consider how would my sentence deter other people from committing such a crime?
Thank you. Madam Chair, may I ask one quick question?
Yes, you may.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Judge Willox, I'm asking this question. If you observed a party in the courtroom being poorly represented or unprepared by their legal representative, which is an attorney in this case, for equal participation from both sides, as a judge, how do you handle that type of situation?
Well, one of the roles of a judge is, in a criminal case, is to make sure that person is given effective representation. I have pulled or switched attorneys because I have found that their representation is not effective. And it's key that a defendant receives not just representation, but effective representation. So as such, myself and any other judge will look at it, and if we find that this person is simply coming there for the sake of coming there and not effectively representing the client, one of the three things can be done. One, we pull that person in and say, look, what are you doing? You're not representing, or simply, and it has happened, unfortunately, more than it should. Or two, you simply say to the clerk's office, change the attorney on this person. And a lot of times the defendant complains about it because that person doesn't feel that they're being represented properly.
Thank you, Judge Willox. And Madam Chair, thank you so much for your leniency. I will vote in the affirmative with no reservation when the time comes. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bolkes. Senator Milton Potter, I would recognize you at this time for 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to all, particularly our two nominees, Attorney Yvette Ross Edwards, as well as Judge Harold Willox. Attorney Ross Edwards, I really enjoyed your testimony. I think it gave me some good insights into your character and who you are as an individual. I also appreciated your testimony, Judge Willox. My first question out the gate is regarding probate court. What can we do to speed up the adjudication of probate court matters? I mean, you have situations where you're dealing with a simple estate, maybe $25,000 or less, $30,000, and it's taking literally years to be resolved. Is it time for a probate court, an active probate court, where you have a judge specifically designated to handle these matters. What are your thoughts? Both beginning with Attorney Ross and then Judge Willocks.
I will address the question first. You know, a probate court has underwent some changes. There was a period of time when we didn't have a complement of 2 magistrate judges, and then we got 2 magistrate judges. Those incidents, if you would, contributed to the delay in probates. I will tell you that right now a significant part of my practice is probate law. The current effort to revise the probate laws would go a long way towards moving some of those probates that get stuck in the process. But probates are well, the smaller probates, I agree, should be able to fairly quickly move through the process. Some other probates get stuck in the process for a myriad of reasons, including when you have multiple heirs and layers of heirs that complicate things, because as our Supreme Court has indicated, we have to make sure that notice is given to all persons who have some interest in the estate, to give them the opportunity to come forward and challenge anything that they would want to challenge. So I know that that notice requirement oftentimes may delay a case. But again, the new effort to revise the probate laws will also go a long way towards moving a lot of the smaller probates forward.
4 minutes.
Thank you. Judge Willocks.
Yes, thank you. In addition, I'm not in favor of a probate court. Currently, we're doing a lot of analysis on it. We're looking at perhaps establishing a staff master that would, along with supporting staff, it would address the backlog. And if I recall the last numbers, I believe, and it's been a significant, just like Tony Ross Edwards said, there's been a significant diminishing of the probate backlog. I think in St. Thomas we have 240 or something, or a little less. St. Croix maybe 100. But again, and I don't want to just rehash everything Tony Ross Edwards said, but the court is aware of it, and we are looking into trying to figure out how we can better address that. And one of the things that again, I'm not speaking for the court, but one of the things we look at is a staff master, a special master that just deals with probate cases, not just for the Virgin Islands. So the different things that the court is looking at to address that particular issue.
Okay, I appreciate that. I appreciate us doing something new and different to move things along. It is one of the biggest concerns that if you speak to residents in the territory, that is one of the big things that they speak about relative to the courts. I wanted to ask you about your position on bail. Should there be a presumption of no bail for certain matters, just given the nature of the offense? For example, we're talking about rape of a minor or sexual exploitation of a minor. Should there be some presumption that these folks may be a danger to our children and this community? What are your thoughts on bail in those situations?
The 1954 Revised Organic Act clearly states that, except for capital murder, and the presumption is great, every other offense is bailable. Now, the purpose of bail, again, is simply to ensure that a person appears in court. To address your question, the issue is really more of what are the pretrial releases? We've utilized electronic monitoring with GPS. We just had a meeting on an updated GPS monitoring where we can have a restricted zone so that if, for example, if a defendant goes within a certain area, the alarm goes off and law enforcement immediately goes to that area. So there are aspects, and in terms of the pretrial release that can address a lot of those issues. My problem, and I think one of the confusion is, and I always use this in lectures, is if you have a serial rapist who's a billionaire, and you have a serial rapist who have less than $50, the fact that you put bail at 10 million, does that lessen the danger to the community? The billionaire who's a alleged serial rapist pays that $10 million, and he goes out. The person who can't make the 10 million is just as dangerous, but that person, that person remains in jail. So it's really the pretrial conditions that ensure the safety of the community.
Thank you for that, Madam Chair. If I just may just follow up slightly on this for just a second.
Yes, you may.
When you're talking about the presumption of danger to this community, I'm just thinking that there should be a mechanism in place to put some restrictions regarding bail. I know we've had situations in this community where folks are released and commit dangerous crimes in this community. So it is something that I am concerned about, that we kind of need to take a second or third look at, but I appreciate your feedback on
Senator,
on this matter.
I'm sorry, if I may, I'm in agreement with what you're saying. All I'm saying is that your usage of the word bail, under the Constitution, you can't have excessive bail. Bail is merely to ensure the appearance. The topic to which you speak of falls under pretrial release. That is where all your concerns can be met through better electronic monitoring with a GPS, house arrest, all those things. Though they technically falls under bail, they are somewhat separate because they go to the conditions of a person release, and not necessarily the monetary amount.
Thank you very much for your comments, Judge Willocks. I think it is something that warrants definitely some deeper discussions. So thank you very much. I appreciate that.
You're welcome, Senator Powder. Senator Javon James, you may proceed with 7 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. Thank you, testifiers, or nominees, for being here, I should say. I always have the habit of saying testifiers. I'm not a member of this committee, but when it comes to the full body, I will vote my conscience. As far as your experience, Judge Harold Willocks Sr., there is no ifs or buts. You have been in this position or this capacity for quite some time, so I'm in no way, shape, or form going to doubt your experience. But my question to you, as far as the statute, that is our responsibility as far as laws, but as far as the statute when it comes to domestic violence in the Virgin Islands, do you think that it can be improved? Do you see areas during your long period of time serving in the capacity of a judge where you felt that the law is too soft or easy on individuals of domestic violence?
Senator, good afternoon, I'm sorry. I really cannot comment on statutes because if the statute comes before me on its constitutionality, I'll have to rule on it.
No problem. So you just interpret and you just do your part.
Correct. I mean, can there be improvement? Yes. Would I comment on it? I cannot, not as a sitting judge.
Okay, no problem. I will continue to do my due diligence there. And the reason why I'm asking you that, I pay attention every day. I wake up and I read the VI Consortium. Sometimes before I even do anything, I read the VI Consortium and I see many times where domestic violence, and you want to say to yourself, what kind of population do we really have here in the U.S. Virgin Islands where an individual came from a mother and here is disrespecting a woman? But you said you're not going to comment on it, but I am going to comment on it. As far as your position as a judge, I know sometimes you have to recuse yourself from certain situations, and I saw that many times. And I'm not going to go into details, but where I'm getting at is we have individuals sometimes seem like they have luck, where sometimes individuals are treated differently from others. And I try my best every day to walk a fine line in a small knit community where everyone knows each other. But when it comes to domestic violence cases, it just seems that some individuals get away and some individuals do not. And I know individuals are innocent until proven guilty. But at some point, we have to put our foot down, and I will continue to do my due diligence to hold individuals accountable when it comes to domestic violence. And as far as your biggest accomplishment, Judge Willox Sr., what would you say you think is your biggest accomplishment ever since you have sat in there? As far as reform, helping with any internal policies when it comes to the judicial system, what would you say is your biggest accomplishment?
Well, my biggest accomplishment actually was with the public defender office. I received a Christmas card from half of my clients at the prison, at the Golden Grove facility, and that was really made me feel good that my clients would go out the way to send me a Christmas card. But I think my second biggest accomplishment really doesn't have anything to necessarily, it would be probably the expungement statute and the behavioral health bill. Both are now law. Long ago, probably before you were born, you used to have a lot of arrests, and then it would just be dismissed, and people would have these arrests on them. And that arrest would follow them throughout their lives. Now with the with the expungement statute, and I've seen hundreds of them coming in, that person is given an opportunity to clear that arrest record that's 5, 10 years old. Does it go far enough? Again, not speaking as a judge or for the court, I think it can go a little farther in terms of nonviolent crimes, because unauthorized use of a vehicle is 5 years. Possession of stolen property or grand larceny under $100, that's 10 years. Both of those are felonies. Someone at age 19 commits that act and not treated under some diversion or Title 5, 3711C, even though they may get probation, that person has a felony for the rest of their lives. So those will be the two major things. And hopefully, the expungement statute will be expanded a bit more for the nonviolent cases such as, like I said, unauthorized use, possession of stolen property, grand larceny, those type of crimes.
Madam Chair, my time was called. I'm not going to abuse my time. I'm sorry to the other nominee that I didn't get an opportunity to ask any questions, but I really wanted to focus on Judge Harold Willox Sr. So with that said, thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
You're welcome, Senator Javon James. At this time, I'll ask both nominees. One of my colleagues has a proposed bill regarding the Speedy Trial Act of the Virgin Islands. Can you tell me what your thoughts are on this legislation?
Oh, okay.
Starting with Judge Willox.
Good afternoon again. When we have to be careful when we start looking at these Speedy Trial Acts, because as the Attorney General designee stated, you have to make sure that that infrastructure is in place. You have to make sure that the court is up to speed, the Attorney General is up to speed, the defense bar, including the public defender office, up to speed. I have seen where, and this is nothing new, this has occurred a couple of years well, where one of the judges, there was the fuss or the clamor that cases aren't moving. And back then, the Attorney General office, not the current one, talking about around 15 years ago, the judge decided to start dismissing cases. That brought out a huge public outcry. So when one fashions a speedy trial, we have to be extremely careful because a judge is going to do what the law says. If the law says you don't try a murder case in 12 months, 12 months come, that case isn't tried. Judge is going to dismiss it. What that does then is what happened to the alleged, again, innocent until proven guilty, alleged victims of this matter, the victim's family. Same thing with a rape case. And then one has to realize too, cases like murders, rapes, you have to have, sometimes there's DNA. We don't control the DNA testing. That goes out. We're a small market. Sometimes they may respond and give the test maybe 60 days later on. Now you have to have an expert. We're a small market. That expert might not be available for another 4 to 5 months. So all those factors for the more serious case need to be taken into consideration. And then, of course, you have the, we only have a certain amount of personnel. And if you're talking about trying, let's say, I don't know what the time frame is on it. And again, I'm not speaking as a judge, I'm just speaking from somebody who's been around for a very long time. And, there's so much factors involved. When the Federal Speedy Trial Act, well, that's a federal act. That's a federal act. They have the money. They can do that. My experience even doing some federal cases is that sometimes they waive that. There's a waiver of that. So that it sort of scares me because I've seen it before many, many years ago when there was the outcry of that cases aren't moving, the criminal cases aren't being done, and then the judges start to dismiss it, and then I see that ripple effect. So that scares me. I just say it has to be crafted very, very, very carefully.
Thank you.
Senator, while I understand that there are concerns that probably are more for the legislature than anything else, I will state that I actually support a Speedy Trial Act. Our U.S. Constitution, our Organic Act provides that there should be a speedy trial. And there needs, in order to ensure that not only the accused, but the community and the victim receive some resolution, I believe that some form of a Speedy Trial Act should be passed so that these cases don't find themselves wallowing in the system. My understanding is even if a case ultimately down the line after consideration of all the factors that may be raised by the defense and prosecution, even if it's dismissed without prejudice. It does not preclude the government when it has gathered this information together to come back and file the case. So, my position is I support a Speedy Trial Act, but regardless of whether there's an act or not, that all litigants are entitled to all litigants and persons accused and the community are entitled to have a fairly fast resolution to their matter.
Thank you. Thank you for your response. Points of inquiry, Senator James.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I really love your response compared to the other response. And the reason for you come from a place of hope. But as far as reality, Judge Howard Willox mentioned infrastructure. So would you commit to being a part of any study or assessment where we can find out what it would take as far as workforce, infrastructure to make sure, if passed by this body and signed by the governor or overridden, whatever the case would be, that we have the necessary resources to carry out a speedy trial? Can you make that commitment?
If confirmed, my role is to adjudicate based on the existing law. And whatever y'all in your wisdom deem...
But stop right there. As far as an assessment to find out the necessary resources and infrastructure, forget about the law. Once you pass the law, you have to abide by it. But as far as an assessment to conduct for finding out the necessary funding and resources to carry out, can you give some level of commitment that you will work with whoever it may be to make sure that we have those resources?
Senator, well, I would love to be able to give you an affirmative action. If confirmed, I am entering into a new job, and I think my priority will be to address the backlog and to get cases moving for the litigants.
Well, I'll let you know. When the time comes, you have my vote. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you for the responses. I'll recognize Senator Francis, 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, and again, I want to thank both of you for your willingness to serve, and congratulations and your renomination, Judge Willox, and of course, congratulations on your nomination, Attorney Yvette Ross Edwards. Timely prosecution is necessary in this territory. We live in a small place, and there's nothing more frustrating than to encounter the suspects or individuals that may be accused of a crime day in, day out. It breeds further victimization, it breeds further contention, and breeds further violence in this community. We have to act, and act swiftly. It's just as simple as that. We have had many discussions in regards to a probate court. That is something that I believe that a temporary probate court for perhaps 5 years, be able to go through some of these pending probate cases, needs to be addressed. It's just been years and years and years of non-movement. It's keep getting layered and layered and layered with more family members, and it's just making it a lot more difficult. Complex litigations as well. Just remain there on the books for a long period of time, and we have people that end up dying, family members are severely impacted. We just have to do a better job in being able to address these issues. The wheel of justice is slow, but it shouldn't be this slow. It seems like we add a new term to that here in the Virgin Islands. We just got to do a better job in that stead. Again, we understand some of the issues that we're plagued against, and we have a responsibility here in this legislative body as well to make sure that there's proper funding made available to the courts, make sure that there's laws that support your ability to make sure that we're addressing some of these cases in a timely fashion, but we got to do better. Attorney Ross Edwards, in regards to judicial temperament, I know that you mentioned that, and I believe that there is no question in my mind for both of you whether or not there is any question about qualification or suitability. It's been a long time coming for you, Attorney Ross. You had a Judge Ross, you had a Judge Cannon, you had a Judge Henderson that came out of your practices, and finally you're here. What took you so long?
Senator, during the term of my practice, I was also raising young children because I wanted to see my children
4 minutes.
Succeed in their own right and to give them that support of a parent. They're now grown, and so I'm ready.
Very well. Very well. I think you are ready, and you're committed to doing the hard work, move your case along, and certainly we want to honor you for that. Judge Willox, in regards to your work with the comprehensive behavioral health measures, expungement, I know this has been at the forefront of your tenureship prior to you becoming a judge for a long period of time. And I think that we've finally made some inroads there, and I'm hoping that we could really get this situation addressed once and for all who that phone belongs to. So, Judge, I made some comment in regards to the complex litigation. Do you want to mention anything in regards to that and at least bring some relief to those individuals that often call my office and we have had discussion in regards to that?
Yeah.
What is in store for them?
Thank you, Senator. And again, I'm not here as an apologist for the system. I'm here as someone who has 12 years as a judge. I'm here as someone who has well over 20, 30 years. Well, I'm not that old. Maybe 20, 30 years as a trial attorney. We have made, and if I may, we'll deal with the complex litigation.
Don't run all my time, Judge. You're good at that.
Well,
all right?
Well,
So go ahead.
Which is strange because I don't really like talking loud.
Go ahead.
But, we've made a lot of strides with the complex. We have a special master. These are growing pains. We're doing well. We've had cases that have been scheduled. All the cases are on track. We're doing as much as we can. Can it get better? Of course it can. Everything can be improved. But when you look at and a lot of people don't want to realize that this complex case system was all over the place. Judge Malloy, myself, and Judge Dunstan took where all judges had all the complex cases, put it together, funneled it, and now have a complex division, which is maybe 5, 6 years old. So are they growing pains? Of course they are. But are we addressing the issues? Yes, we are. We have special masters, and we're going to go from there. And if I may say one other thing, I know it's, because I think it's important we understand. There's nobody who's against speedy trial. We have to. We shifted the emphasis from civil to criminal just to make certain that everybody does have their speedy trial. What I am saying is the nuts and bolts. It's great to have a speedy trial. One has to look at the consequences. One needs to make certain that, when you dismiss a case, and Senator Francis, you're a police commissioner, if that case is dismissed, and they see that defendant out there, it's going to be street justice. So we have to look at the reality and the factors. And that's what we're fighting for. We're trying our best. We doing all we can to move these criminal cases. But we have to be, all I'm saying is, do it, fine, but just be very careful that we don't end up exposing and getting into the public.
Thank you very much for that. I welcome the symposium so that we could all have a discussion on that. Madam Chair, I heard the time.
Yes.
If I could just wrap up with this final question.
Yes, you may.
Attorney Ross Edwards, in regards to the judicial bubble that I like to call it, do you believe that you fall into that rut where, again, once you become a judge, you're no longer in touch with the people? That's one of the questions that I want. Well, not that you're not in touch with the people, but you just seem to be living in this isolation, somewhat, and away from the people. And two, in terms of your current caseload, have you been able to address that, move them on to other attorneys, or how do you dissolve some of those cases that you had pending before taking on this role?
With regard to what you call a judicial bubble, I will say, Senator, that my general daily practices is just generally restricted anyway, and I don't anticipate seeing any changes in it. I live a very low-key life. With regard to my current practice, it was actually a very awkward position to be in because I haven't been confirmed. So, I can't necessarily be sending my cases out before I know if I'm going to have a job. But quite frankly, I have been inquiring and trying to ascertain what attorneys may be interested were that eventuality to occur. The moment it occurs, then I will be approaching those attorneys.
Thank you, Senator Francis. I'll ask one question. The U.S. Constitution and state law that affects abortion is a constant hot topic in the Virgin Islands. Some states requiring parental consent before a minor child can undergo an abortion surgery was unconstitutional under Art 1, Section 23. What is your position on this?
Senator, as you aptly stated, it is a hot issue, and it is very likely that that matter may come before me, and so I'm going to abstain from commenting on it.
Okay, Senator Willox?
Thanks for the promotion.
You could tell I'm hungry.
Thanks for the
Judge
promotion.
Willox? I'm operating on water. Judge Willox, forgive me.
In the words of the famous philosopher, ditto. As a sitting judge, I can't make any comments on any legislation that may come before me.
Okay, thank you for that. Senator Maurice James, you are recognized for your 7 minutes. It's time to eat.
Good afternoon, Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the audience who are here with us today. And of course, good afternoon to the nominees. I want to start, first of all, by saying that this is Teacher Appreciation Week. And a teacher has changed our lives. And as you know, as a teacher, you may have touched someone's life and changed the trajectory of their life. Before I get to that question that I'm going to ask you with regards to teachers, though, I believe that respect is earned. And I could not be here to tell you, Attorney Ross Edwards, that throughout my time serving as a mediator in a lot of your cases and seeing you in action, I have always admired and respected you as a person and a professional. So when I heard Ms. Charmaine Hobson's testimony and Attorney Pate's testimony, I said, well, let's just drop the mic and I'll walk out. Because I know that in me to be who you are when you meet someone who just shows you who they are, and you are that person. So obviously, you know you have my vote, right? Hands down. But I wanted to ask both of you that simple question. What teacher touched your life and changed your life in a way that affected you even up to now? I'll start with Judge Harold Willox. You look like you're in such deep thought that I was like, let me pull him out of it.
Yeah, I would have to say the person wasn't my teacher, but they were at Central, and they were very influential. Would have to be Mr. David Malloy. He wasn't my teacher, but he acted like he was my teacher. So, yes.
Okay. You want to add anything to that? Why? He wasn't your teacher, but he acted as your teacher.
Well, I mean, don't get me wrong. We had great teachers, Pastor Garden, Miss Regina Williams. I mean, they were very influential. Oh, Miss Schuster and Mr. Schuster. They'll kill me if I don't mention their names. But, you know, I found that he went beyond, even though he was my teacher. He would sit me down and say, you know, counsel me and say, you know, what are you doing? You need to get your act together. You need to do this and that. So in terms of that type of influence, without question, he would be the one.
Thank you. And Attorney Ross Edwards?
The teacher that probably influenced me the most was an 8th grade teacher that I had who, at St. Dunstan's, they were trying to elevate the standards for math. And so they decided they were going to teach Algebra 1 in math. And I really disliked her. She's no longer alive. Her name was Joan Beckett. But she demanded every possible thing out of her students. And I struggled and I was challenged, but I did it. She made me get through it. If I just wanted, because this is not the traditional sense of a teacher, but they taught me nonetheless, and I want to recognize him, Mr. Eugene Genix Thomas, who taught me tenacity, perseverance, discipline on the sports field. that transfers into my life.
Thank you. Now, I want to ask both of you, how do you, I know that my colleagues said about the judicial bubble, but I actually wanted to expand on that a little and ask you, what do you think the role of the judge and the judiciary is in our society? How do you view, beyond just the courtroom? You may have answered it a little earlier, but I wanted to discuss that a little more, because if we're going to change the judicial system, then we need to look at the role that you play in society.
Well, you know, historically, judges were aloof to a certain degree, and I saw judges like the Judge Eileen Peterson, the Honorable Judge Eileen Peterson, excuse me, the Honorable Judge Finch, the Honorable Judge Ross, who were not aloof but part of the community. They would be out there. Some people may look at me and say, yeah, but you took it to a higher degree. But I think it's important that a judge is out there in the community, associating with the people, so that they can have a better feel of the people. I don't think they should be in this crystal castle. I think it's important that they associate with, I mean, within their personality. Everybody has their own personality. But I just think it's you know, you don't do, I've become a judge, so I'm going here.
Yeah.
You know, you remain true to yourself. And, you know, being out there is also important.
Before I go to you, Attorney Ross Edwards, you actually answered the next question I had, which was, who are your judicial role models? So you answered that, and so I'm going to let Attorney Ross Edwards answer, you know, combine both.
I agree that judges should be true to themselves, and they should not suddenly abstain and live in a bubble. I also believe, however, that because we have to render decisions, at times we also need to be very wary of where we are and what we're doing. As I indicated earlier, I live a rather low-key life, and I really don't plan to change that, in the sense that I like to be out there exercising. I like to socialize in small crowds. That's who I am. But I've also learned from my father, Edgar Ross, who definitely ingrained himself in the community, that you should not be absent. Mm-hmm. Because if you're going to serve as a role model for your community, so that the community could understand that judges are not necessarily sitting on a hill in judgment, and I say that in a negative way, of them, but they're definitely a part of the same community they live in, that you still have to be a part of your community.
Are we going to have another round, or can I have one more question?
Yeah, we're going to have a rapid round for anyone who has any burning questions.
Okay, so I'll wait until the other round. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, Senator James. As I mentioned, we'll have a second round of 2 minutes, colleagues. We still have 2 remaining blocks in this committee meeting today. So, Senator Carla Joseph, you may proceed with 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. This is a really great opportunity to hear your point of view and your perspectives on different questions and issues that we have facing our community. Now, I want to go to a hard one regarding discipline. I know both of you talked about it in your presentations today. Attorney Ross Edwards, you mentioned disciplinary actions that you've taken and had to do. And I'm sure you were former presiding judge, Willocks, you've had to do that. How would you look at imposing disciplinary actions on your fellow judge? Because there is that opportunity, that there is that cause right in there. We'll start from you, with you, Judge Willocks.
Oh, I sit on the disciplinary committee for judges and magistrates, and you just try to be fair, impartial, look at the facts, and do it accordingly. I have no problems if a judge, magistrate violates or they need a discipline. We sit as a committee, instilling that discipline. I'm a firm believer that nobody's above the law, but the key is being fair, being impartial, and doing what's just.
Thank you for that response. Attorney Ross Edwards, you?
Senator, if I understood your question correctly, you asked about imposing discipline on my colleagues. Did I understand that question correctly?
Yes. Should you be voted favorably to the judgeship?
Time.
Because I understood that if not, judges do serve on that disciplinary committee. And if you, pass the hurdle of being voted favorably here, as well as go on to serve as a judge, how would you render those types of disciplinary measures? This is all, of course, hypothetically.
I understand that. I'm going to answer it this way because you did not indicate that I would serve on the Judicial Disciplinary Council. So I'm going to answer it this way, that I intend to collaborate with my colleagues on a myriad of issues, including understanding strategies that work for them. If in fact a colleague has a strategy that I disagree with, I don't think it's effective, then I would think it's incumbent upon me to share that with them. If it comes to my attention that a colleague needs to be disciplined, and I honestly, as I sit here, I don't know what that is because I haven't been in that judicial arena, but to the extent that it's violating the ethical rules, like everything else we decide as judges, I have an ethical responsibility to address the matter.
Okay, thank you so much, both of you. And at the appropriate time, I will also be casting my vote in favor of your nominations. Thank you kindly, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, Senator Joseph. I don't see Senator Bolkes, nor Senator Potter. Senator Javon James, you may proceed, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Greetings once again to the people of the Virgin Islands. My question, even though it isn't really much you can do, but as far as rehabilitation, in the U.S. Virgin Islands, and like I said, we are in a small-knit community, so we can't point and say this is not our job, this is not our responsibility. But as far as rehabilitation, what would you like to see moving forward where we can improve between the executive branch, the judicial branch, and the legislative branch to assist in truly rehabilitating those that want to be rehabilitated or to give them an opportunity to do so? Good, proceed.
Your Honor, sorry, Senator, but nonetheless, Honorable Senator. There's been movement, but I think we need to support and expand the services that are provided by BOC so that there is a true rehabilitative component and not just a peanut component. And I'm not fully knowledgeable about all the programs there, but even for persons who are incarcerated, I would say that we should be able to offer as many programs as possible to help them ultimately transition back into the community.
And Judge Willocks, you said you received a lot of cards and stuff, people thanking you. But as far as rehabilitation and really being able to put those individuals in a better place, what you could say that could be done, whether legislatively, by the executive branch or the judicial branch, as far as making sure there is true rehabilitation.
Senator, we're trying to start up a good program that involved labor, education, and human services. And what that program was that when you came out of, before you came out of BOC, these three departments will meet with you, interview you, that when you come out, if you didn't have a high school diploma or needed a trade, they would set up a plan, if you will, housing. They try to get you housing and whatever you needed to become a viable member in the community. That was part of a copy of a federal program. That program, for whatever reason, fell on its face, but I think it's important that be done or be brought back where before a person is released from prison, these departments assist them in getting housing, if they need mental health, counseling, whatever the needs are. You need employment, you have labor, human services for, I guess, food stamps or whatever other thing is necessary, so that when they come out, and also we probably need a halfway house to transition them back into the community.
Thank you for that. I think my time was called. I don't believe in abusing time. I just want to say thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. As far as true rehabilitation, I benefited tremendously from career and technical education. Straight out of high school, went into the Hovensa refinery, got my certifications, and I really hope and pray with the construction boom that we're expected to see based on Governor Bryan's vision for the territory, that there's some collaboration between BOC and those entities, and even with the courts, to even put certain mandates to make sure that for those individuals who are not college bound or don't have certain skills, at least they can utilize their hands and be able to provide some level of support to their family and friends and themselves. So thank you once again for your...
And if I may, that's being done also. We do that a lot through the probation office.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Senator Jaban James. Senator Bolkus, do you need your 2 minutes? Please recognize Senator Bolkus, Mike. Please recognize Senator Bolkus, Mike.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I will not require any additional time. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Potter, you may proceed. 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. I know that in the federal system there is a sentencing guidelines, which used to be mandatory, but now it's more advisory. There's a guide, it's utilized as a guide where judges can go above or below a certain sentence, just given the specific crime, given the specific facts. And that's done, I believe, primarily to avoid sentencing disparities. Same set of facts, one judge sentencing you for 20 years, another judge sentencing you for 10 years. Should there be something similar in the Superior Court to ensure consistency in sentencing? And that is to Attorney Ross Edwards first, and then Judge Willax.
Thank you, Senator. I believe that there should be a thorough assessment and review to determine to what extent that is needed. I haven't been on the court and I don't know the statistics regarding any disparity with regard to sentencing. I do acknowledge, however, that we don't have a sentencing guideline at the Superior Court. And having had experience at the District Court with its sentencing deadlines, I agree that it does help to reduce disparity, and it may further consistency in sentencing, and the matter should be looked into.
Thank you. Judge Willax?
I'm trying to think about that. I agree that all facts being similar, that they should be consistency. Usually in the pre-sentence report, usually in the pre-sentence report, there is a recommendation. But I do agree, and again, I'm not speaking for the court, I do agree that a sentencing guideline that gives a range, all facts being similar, would probably assist in terms of keeping the sentencing consistent. Again, I don't know, and I haven't heard any complaints about discrepancies, but I do think that may very well be helpful.
Okay. Thank you very much. That exhausts my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Potter. At this time, I'll recognize Senator Maurice James, 2 minutes.
What do you want? Yes.
I'm sorry, Senator Francis. You could tell I really operating on water and hungry. Senator Francis, you may proceed with your 2 minutes.
Thank you. I'm doing the same with you.
And then Senator James.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. Judge Bullocks, what happened to the idea that we utilized some years back where, especially with the level of violence that we're seeing in our schools and other areas, neighborhoods and stuff like that, where we used to intervene in some of those type of situations, bringing them in with the Attorney General's office. I know that in my capacity, even as a senator or police, we tried to intervene and address some of that before it had gotten to the level of arrests. Is that still being done at the courts?
It is, in fact, I believe the last time Senator James was there, when we had that big fight, we've still been doing that. And we've been, some of the intervention things is we've been having students come in to the court, sit in, and judges will talk to them. Judges have gone out to the schools and talked to the students. So, in fact, about 3 months ago, and if I may, because I think this is sort of important, really important in that we have a lot where if there's violence in the school system, what the students do is they wait until they come outside, and they're outside of the school property, and they get into this fight. And that's one of the things, the last meeting that we had, because it became like a sort of twilight zone where the schools and the police didn't quite know because of a gray area. So they were brought in and did what Senator James did, and the same thing that we did in terms of bringing them in and doing like a resolution on that. And that's been very, very effective.
Very well. Thank you. And Attorney Ross Edwards, is there anything about you sitting here today that bring you any reservations, any pause, any concerns that you may have in regards to taking on this role as a judge? Anything whatsoever?
My short answer to that is no. I do understand it's going to be a challenge. I haven't been a judge before. I've been a litigator. I've represented both sides. Being a judge, I expect it's going to be totally different. And I recognize that. I also recognize that there's a lot of work to be done, and that too will be a challenge. But I am prepared for that and everything else that goes along with it.
Madam Chair, if I may just add with this, what would you like the narrative to be 6 years from now? In what's being said about a judge, Yvette Ross Edwards.
That she worked hard, ruled competently, and showed compassion and respect to all who appeared before her.
Very well. Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you for your responses, both of you.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Senator James, you may proceed. 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I liked your answer because I tell people I've never been a senator before either, So I understand what you're saying, but I like your enthusiasm and your energy for going for the job. I want to ask both of you, how would you handle a situation where your personal beliefs conflicted with the law or legal precedent? How would you handle that?
You know, in leading up to this process, I've thought through even questions like that. My personal beliefs that are in contradiction of law have no place. And so I need to, and I intend to focus on what that law is. And to set that aside, because that's not what good decisions are made on.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Judge Willax. I'm
Thank
sure
you.
you've had that situation.
Several times. What I do is, if I find that my personal belief is so overwhelming that I cannot be fair and impartial, I'll recuse myself. But if I try to come to grips with it, if I find I can't, I'll recuse myself.
Thank you. You both have my support and affirmative vote. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator James, Maurice James, because we have two senators who are James, so I need to differentiate. As senators, sometimes we get anonymous callers, and they ask some very important questions. And I received an anonymous caller that asked, what is the percentage of your caseload if they consist, how much is consisted of criminal cases? Judge Willax?
I'm doing mad in my head, I'm sorry. I would say perhaps, I'm thinking because I also do complex cases and several others, but it would be around 10, maybe about 15 to 20%.
15 to 20% is criminal cases?
Yes.
Okay. So it's not a high number because...
It depends. Bear in mind that civil cases, along with the complex cases, may run around 500.
Okay, because you stated that you had worked with Attorney Ross Edwards in the past, and you had never handled any criminal cases before. So becoming a judge wants to know how would you effectively do your job if you've never had any experience handling criminal cases?
Quite the contrary, Senator. I do have a rather extensive background in handling criminal cases, and I've been involved in several jury trials, criminal jury trials, both in the Superior Court and the District Court. As of relatively recent, in 2004, that would have been my last criminal jury trial. I did have a criminal appointment since then, thanks to Judge Willax. But, I believe I have the foundation on knowledge and experience in criminal matters.
Okay, thank you. As I mentioned, that was an anonymous question, and I wanted to be fair as these questions do come in to a lot of the senators, and sometimes we entertain, sometimes we don't, but I thought that I should actually put that question on record. At this time, before we go, I entertain a motion for the vote. I will give you the opportunity to give some closing remarks, starting with Attorney Yvette Ross Edwards. You may proceed.
Thank you, Senator.
Yeah, I can do that. And then I was going to actually, after the motion, then you could recognize your village that's here, okay? So you may proceed.
Shanna. Thank you. I want to thank this committee for taking the time to truly review my qualifications to serve as a judge in the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands. As I attempted to show by what some might consider a fairly lengthy narrative, the person that I am and the person that will impact my effectiveness as a judge, and I believe that y'all have earnestly listened. I want to thank the governor for nominating me having considered all of these same qualifications. And I'd like to thank all of those persons who have shown support for me, my friends, my colleagues, my girlfriends, my family, especially those who are here in the courtroom today. And to you, the committee members, I ask that you vote favorably on my nomination and forward it to the committee as a whole.
Thank you. Judge Willox?
Thank you. I'd like to first, again, thank my wife for her support. Yes, Senator Francis. I'm really trying to get out of the doghouse. Thank you. For her undying support and for being here. You know, I'd like to thank the judicial branch. I'd like to thank the judicial branch and, you know, Attorney Pontin and many attorneys who have worked tirelessly with me. You know, we have to realize that no system is perfect. And can there be improvements? Of course there can. There must be. We have to progress. And it is only through constructive criticism that we're going to get better. And again, I'm not speaking for the court, nor am I an apologist for the court. We recognize a lot of the shortfalls, and we are trying to get to that. And, you know, hopefully, as time progresses, we continue to improve. In the past, we've had some issues that set us back farther than we wanted to. But I think we can do it. I think we are on the right track. Again, not an apologist, but I'm just simply stating the fact. I also like to thank everyone here, Senator, all the senators, Senator Capehart, for your time and indulging me. You know, it's sort of difficult to, you come in here after 12 years, everybody's looking at you like, yeah, okay, tell me about it now. And, you know, you find yourself in that position where you're like, yeah, you know, you're right, you know. But this is why. Because, you see, the theory and the practical is two different things. And what may sound good in theory, when one puts a practical, that is when you start to adjust it accordingly. And that's one of the problems that I have in terms of so much of the practical, that once the theoretical comes out and I look at it, then I realize that there may be shifts on that. And once again, I'd like to thank everyone. I'd like to thank the Honorable Governor Brian for his confidence in me. And, you know, I sit here humble at my third term. I think the only other judge that did that was the Honorable Judge Steele. And, you know, I look forward to your favorable consideration. I'd like to thank everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Willox. I would just like to say thank you for your willingness to serve and accepting the nomination by Governor Bryan and your willingness to continue serving as a judge. So this I like to call a big interview process, you know, where individuals, my colleagues, were able to vet, make sure that the individuals that come before us will be serving with integrity and be fair in the positions that you are nominated for. So at this time, I will entertain a motion to move the following nominations. Motion? Motion, Senator. Can you recognize Senator Joseph Mike, please?
Motion. Thank you kindly. Madam Chair and colleagues, I move that the governor's renomination of Judge Harold W.L. Willox to the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands for the District of St. Croix be favorably voted upon in this committee and forwarded to the full body for further consideration and action. I so move.
Do I hear a second? Properly moved by Senator Carla Joseph and seconded by Senator Maurice James. Roll call on the motion.
Senator Angel L. Boquez Jr.
Senator, can you?
Angel L. Bolquez Jr.
Yeah.
Senator Bolquez Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart.
Yes.
Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Senator Gittens, absent. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, absent. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Madam Chair, we have 5 yays, 2 absent.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Clerk, the nominee for the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands, Mr. Harold Willocks, has been voted upon favorably and passed in this committee and would be forwarded to the full body for further consideration. Do I hear a motion? Motion, Senator James. Maurice James.
Madam Chair, I move that governance nomination of Yvette D. Ross Edwards, Esquire, to the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands, District of St. Croix, be voted upon favorably in this committee and forwarded to the full body for further consideration and action. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Maurice James and seconded by Senator Carla Joseph. Roll call on the motion.
Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr.
Yay.
Senator Bolquez Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart.
Yay.
Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Senator Gittens, absent. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, absent. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Madam Chair, we have 5 yay, 2 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The governor's nominee for the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands, St. Croix District, Yvette D. Ross Edwards, has been voted upon favorably in this committee and passed by this committee and would be forwarded to the full body for further consideration. Congratulations, nominees. I will allow you to say closing remarks and mention your village and you, Judge Willocks.
Yes, I'd like to thank all of the persons who came out to support me today. I have my family, my mother, Genevieve Edney, my son, Malcolm, who are here with me, my godmother, Sylvia, and I also have my father, Edgar D. Ross, my uncle, Rupert Ross, I'm so glad you can make it, and my father's wife, Anita. I have my best friends, Charmaine and Judy, Madeline, Virginia, Larry Miller. I have the Edwards family, my husband's family, who've came out in numbers to support me. I have representatives from my church who are here. And I have the support of my extended families on the side of my friends, like the Hobson family, and of course my colleagues, Russell Pate. Russell, thank you so much. Atiwa, thank you so much. I give thanks to everyone, including my great friend in the back, Ophelia Williams-Felix. I thank everyone for coming out to support me, and again, I thank the committee.
Thank you. Congratulations. Judge Willocks.
I'm going to have to borrow some of her family. No,
you have the most important person behind of you.
Yes, yeah, of course, yes. It's one-person army. Yeah, of course, I like to, thank my wife for my support, the wings beneath my feet, write that down, and everyone for the support. Of course, after the third time, everybody's like, I'm not even bothering with you. But I thank everyone that met me on the street and give me encouraging words. And I'd like to, of course, thank this august body for their support and their questions. And, I really look forward to perhaps at some point having, I know we have the Judicial Council, but at some point maybe having a judicial summit where not necessarily the cases, but where the three branches can meet and address, as we did once or a couple of times, address the overall issues concerning the judicial system. And once again, thank everyone.
Thank you. Colleagues, we have two more blocks. We have another nomination that would be before us. And we then have block 4, which we have, I think, about 6 bills and 1 amendment. So we are going to take a recess for half an hour. This committee is in recess. And Rules and Judiciary is out of recess. We are now on Block 3. We have the governor's nomination of Miss Anna Wallace Francis, the Virgin Islands Territorial Park Board of Trustees. She is in St. Thomas in the chambers, so testifier, can you hear us? Make sure that your mic is close to you and you identify. Can you put on Miss Anna Wallace Francis, her mic, please?
Speak again.
Okay.
Hello?
Okay, great. So just remember to state your name when it's time for you to speak, and so that the stenographer could be able to hear you clearly. Madam Clerk, is there any correspondence to be read into record for any testimonies?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay. Miss Anna Wallace Francis, do you have a testimony prepared?
Yes, I do. And there is a testifier here?
Well, you have a testifier. He has a written testimony.
Yes, and he submitted one.
And his name?
Mr. Liba Olani. Liba Olani.
I'll take a quick recess to make sure all my colleagues, oh, it's there? Okay, so testify, if you may proceed by reading the testimony, state your name and be clear so the stenographer would hear you. Please proceed.
Good afternoon to the members of the committee. Good afternoon. My name is Kumba Liba Olani. Make a testimony for Miss Wallace Francis, Anna Wallace Francis. The future belongs to those who prepare for it today. And Mrs. Anna Wallace Francis fit that category, that qualification. I have known Mrs. Anna Wallace Francis for over 30 years. Mrs. Francis was an outstanding science teacher at Adelita Cancrine Junior High School for 30 years. In addition, she is an environmentalist and a community activist. She is an active member of the Pan-African Support Group. She was co-founder of the Environmental Rangers, a student group based at Adelita Cancrine Junior High School. With our students, she had a humble relationship that one would expect of a committed teacher. In our classes, there was generally a spirit of friendliness, enthusiasm, and mutual support. She taught and reached her diverse students and learners. Our students learn about science, history, culture, and the environment. As a Pan-African Support Group member, Mrs. Francis worked well in committee that have organized our annual tradition, such as 1733 St. John Revolution, the Emancipation Day, Kwanzaa, Black History Month, and African Liberation Day, to mention a few. Hence, Mrs. Francis is committed to the promotion and preservation of the history, culture, historical landmark, the common and environment of the Virgin Islands. Mrs. Francis is a team player. She maintains a high standard of personal integrity. She's proud of our African and Caribbean culture heritage, based on the value of self-determination, she takes the initiative, uses her resources, and work with anyone to achieve the goals of the organization, board, and committee. She articulates ideas that inform, inspire, and empower others. She does as much as she can in a way to improve our community, islands, and environment that make it more beautiful and beneficial than we inherit it. Because she is knowledgeable about our history, culture, and environment, she enlightens anyone who is willing to listen and learn. As a former colleague, a lifelong brother, and comrade, I am pleased to have worked with Mrs. Francis for 3 decades. I have witnessed her development, achievements, and contribution to education, environment, culture, and self-determination. In closing, Mrs. Francis would be a positive access on the Virgin Island Territorial Park Board of Trustees for the District of St. Thomas, St. John. She's committed to, again, preserving our history, our culture, the landmark, and the environment. And she will be a valuable person when approved by this committee that will make a contribution and continue making a contribution to the people of the Virgin Island. So your approval of Mrs. Francis' nomination will be highly respected by those of us who know what Ms. Francis stands for. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. At this time, we would hear the testimony from the nominee herself, Mrs. Anna Wallace Francis. You may proceed and read your testimony into record. I ask that you bring the mic close and you may begin.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson, Senator Diane Capehart, and all other committee members of 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Committee on Rules and Judiciary, non-committee members, and legislative staff present, and of course, members of the viewing and listening public. I am Anna Wallace Francis, nominee to the Virgin Islands Territorial Park Board of Trustees for the District of St. Thomas. My philosophy on life is to practice kuumba. That is to always do as much as I can in order to leave the world a better place than I inherited it. My testimony this afternoon speaks to that philosophy. I begin by giving thanks to our Creator, to God, for inspiring and working through each one of us to accomplish a greater plan to protect and preserve the Virgin Islands' distinctive natural resources. Special thanks goes to the Honorable Governor Albert Bryan Jr. I am honored by him nominating me for this position, and especially for his implementing a dream that many Virgin Islanders have had for generations. The establishment of the Division of Territorial Parks and Protected Areas within the Department of Planning and Natural Resources to establish and maintain a territorial park system will benefit us now and for future generations. To quote from Act number 8609, Bill number 34-0267, Section 3A, the government of the Virgin Islands declares its intent to ensure that the unique habitats and ecosystems and cultural and historical resources, including underwater archaeological resources of the Virgin Islands are not entirely destroyed by development pressures and are preserved, protected, maintained, and used for the long-term benefit and enjoyment of present and future generations. Also, I have to say thank you, Senator Carrington, for working with Governor Bryan and sponsoring Bill number 34-0267, which establishes the park system, and 34-0267, which creates the Park System Trust Fund Board. As a generational Virgin Islander, my family members have contributed to the development of an enhanced Virgin Islands. My grandfather, Maximilian William Wallace, was a member of the Working People's Committee with Rothschild Francis. Aunt Luella Wallace Daniel, one of the founding members of the ICM party, worked tirelessly with the Free Beach movement. My mother, Mrs. Julia Wallace, adopted the Virgin Islands as her home and worked hard as VI Director of Nutrition Services to improve nutrition and health services. She advocated for home gardens, the use of local foods, and was instrumental in bringing WIC services to the Virgin Islands. My father, Viggo Wallace, worked tirelessly to create more recreational opportunities in the Virgin Islands. His dream was partly fulfilled by the building of the Long Bay public tennis courts and swimming pool, and he was instrumental in introducing Little League Baseball in St. Thomas. He was well known for teaching swimming and having summer camps to introduce the youth to our environmental heritage. It is that background which brings me here today, strengthened by the history and work of my ancestors and following in the footsteps of my mentors, Lesmore Emanuel, Dr. Lesmore Emanuel, Helen Gessin, and attorney Edith Bourne, all whose family members' contributions to the Virgin Islands are well known, will be a challenge. Thus, Attorney Bourne's trust and faith in my ability to continue to learn, grow, and improve, and contribute my life's diverse experiences to this endeavor is heartwarming. We are at a crossroads where we must take a stand. United in diversity, this is the period of time when we must join diverse forces to overcome many challenges and make hard decisions. To quote Basil Otley Jr.'s words, the communal emptiness brought forth by the absence of a clear Virgin Islands identity is so much more devastating than a hurricane, terrorist attack, pestilence, or financial crisis, because the lack of an identity denies us the strength of a muscle-bound Virgin Islands spirit. Money is not the thing that brings the people back from the destruction of a natural or man-made enemy. It is that communal muscle-bound spirit, call it nationalism or patriotism. It is that that enables a people to get up, to pull their resources together and go to battle against what may be seen to be the impossible. The priority, I repeat, the priority of the development of our own Virgin Islands Territorial Park, which protects historical lands, environmental sensitive lands, ecological climate-saving rainforests, and marine habitats can help build Virgin Islands' purpose, identity, and pride. Today, we face hard challenges, such as finalizing a land and water use plan, controlling the growth of the Natural Park Service due to limited land space on St. John, educating our community about our complete history of struggles and successes, and ensuring that our community health and food security is improved. All of these issues are intertwined with a territorial park system. The struggles the VI faces are not unlike the struggles of the United States in 1916, when President Roosevelt expanded the lands under public protection. There has always been a struggle to balance development with conservation. With the crisis of climate change, extreme drought, and food security, we must think of nature as being an essential part of successful cities. Besides the value of trees, forests, to provide shade and oxygen, they are essential in absorbing stormwater runoff, protecting against mudslides and filtering out toxins. Research indicates that the presence of green foliage increases attention spans and decreases stress levels, thereby may reduce crime. Trees or forests improve air quality, which can reduce asthma, bronchitis, and other diminished lung function. Forests and park walking trails provide more biodiversity of plant and animal species. Parks just create a relaxing place to exercise, but also can be of economic value through eco and cultural tourism. My experience working in the Virgin Islands National Park System and teaching in the classroom versus in nature have demonstrated the successes of engaging people in the natural environment. The need for our population to engage in new learning methods and career training are unlimited as we embrace a territorial park system, promoting diverse educational fields and skills needed to successfully maintain them. It would be a privilege to work with the other individuals and departments who are already advocating for the protection and preservation of our natural resources. It is such a pleasure that as a community, we are now embracing the philosophy that we have inherited our environment from our ancestors, and it is now our responsibility to preserve it for future generations. To work with and be able to continue the dream of many Virgin Islanders by being a member of the Territorial Park Trust Board would be a privilege. I thank this committee for considering my nomination and hearing my testimony. I thank my family and colleagues for all we do together. I choose to end with reminding us what a country chooses to save is what a country chooses to say about itself. And that's from Molly Batiste, former Director of Fish and Wildlife Service.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Miss.
Thank you, Miss.
Alma Wallace Francis. So all of the individuals from boards and nominations, when they're sent to this committee of rules, I usually meet with individuals to have a discussion with them. And when I first had my first discussion to speak to the nominee that's before us today, she jolted my memory and refreshing my memory as to how we know each other. I've had the pleasure of meeting Miss Alma Wallace Francis through my environmental world, through non-point source pollution conferences, when you would bring your environmental rangers to understand about natural resources, to understand preservation. And I am happy to see that the governor nominated you for this position because you definitely understand about preservation. Please forgive us for having you so late. We had some other nominees before us today that was vetted in this committee. So thank you for staying around so we can interview you. Colleagues, we'll take 5 minutes on this round. Senator Joseph, you may begin with 5 minutes because I don't plan to have a second round, Senator. So get all your questions in the first round. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I want to thank colleagues for being here, and I also want to say a special good afternoon to Miss Anna Francis, Miss Anna Wallace Francis. I mean, we've known each other for over 30 years. It's been a long time, and the territorial park system is what we used to talk about while we were going out advocating and advocating for conservation and preservation, as well as educating our young people on environmental conservation. I remember the rangers, the environmental rangers, we partnered with you for some of the eco camps, which was sponsored by the Environmental Association of St. Thomas and St. John, which I served as the president. And it was a wonderful opportunity to partner with you and the environmental rangers, as well as your classes at Adelita Cancrine Junior High School at the time. We would take them east, would totally sponsor the whole activity, and take them over to Lamishore Bay in St. John, where they would receive a very enriched education about environmental conservation and preservation. So I am happy today, happy and elated today to see that the governor has sent you down as a nominee for the Territorial Park Board. I do have some, rather the Territorial Park Board of Trustees. I do have some questions
3 minutes.
To ask you regarding this, and just to get your sense of where your responsibilities lie. This is a 5-year term, should you be voted upon favorably here in the legislature. And I suspect you might be the second nominee to the Territorial Park Board of Trustees. So tell us, what are the 3 major items you're going to look to push Ms. Francis going forward?
Thank you for that question. Coming from an educational background and going through the different issues that we are as a community facing today, I find that education is the first one. What I would like to focus on, not on educating first and foremost our community as to the importance of having our own Virgin Islands National Park, because that speaks to self-reliance, Kujishakalia, which is self-determination, and Kuumba, creativity. As we explore what our political future is going to be, we also need to explore how to rely upon ourselves. People may ask, well, you have the national park system. Yes, but as we create our own identity, it is important to have our own park system and establish what is important to us to preserve, such as the Maroon Sanctuary in St. Croix, such as the camping grounds where people historically gather. Those things need to be preserved perpetually. So we need to relate to our community. Why would we spend so much money acquiring land, like the 69 acres of land that were acquired in St. Croix, when there's so many other pressing needs? So we have to realize that all needs are important, but preserving our land for future generations so that there'll be somewhere that we could de-stress, so that we could take our youth out and teach them to be proud about our history and our culture and the way we lived, the way that we were self-reliant. Sustainable development includes maintaining your natural ecosystems.
Okay, thank you so much for that, Ms. Wallace Francis. Madam Chair, if I could wrap up. I know one area that is very dear to your heart, and you, along with the Environmental Association, as well as others, fought over the years to preserve it. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention Mandel Bay. If you could remember, we went out there, number of CZM meetings, petitioning, standing up tall, and soldier to soldier together. What are your thoughts regarding including that area in the territorial park system?
Thank you. Teaching in the Virgin Islands educational system taught me several things. Currently, as a U.S. territory, we had to follow U.S. laws and guidelines in teaching. Contrary to many years ago, when our teachers taught from their heart, I found it very important as I retired and while I was teaching to take matters into my own hand, to expand the curriculum, to include things that I thought would reach those students, which I was teaching that weren't being saved. So Camp Umoja, the environmental camp that the family, along with Ms. Dolany, which we developed, was our effort on our own to try and protect and preserve land where we could educate children in the manner we saw fit to provide us a sustainable generations to come, where they would learn the skills that we need to learn. Saving Mandel Bay is extremely important. A once salt pond area where people were relied upon going down and gathering salt like we do at Salt Pond in St. John was turned into a mangrove lagoon. But still, nature provided, and the fishermen go there and catch their bait now. More importantly, when we talk about natural resources, we rarely think about the people. But our people, especially our young people, especially our children, they are our precious, precious natural resources. So fighting for and preserving Mandel Bay allows us to go there today and see young fathers taking their children down there and spending quality time with them. Many people in this community will remember fishing off of Red Hook Dock, Waterfront, and Crown Bay. We no longer can do that. And we no longer can go down to Peterborough and fish off the rocks. So with so many areas closed off, it is essential that we preserve. So I thank there are many families in the Virgin Islands who have bought land and protected it and use it for the enjoyment of the whole community. So to have our government show that muscle, show that spirit of pride, and to protect areas such as Mandel Bay, Perseverance Bay, many areas in St. John, Whistling Key, that would speak volumes.
Okay, thank you so much, Miss Wallace Francis. I could hear the passion riveting in your voice for conservation and preservation. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the leeway.
You're welcome, Senator Joseph. Mrs. Francis, I will ask you one question. As you mentioned in your testimony today, you said, today we face hard challenges, such as finalizing a land and water use plan. Tell me, if you are nominated today to serve on this board, what do you plan to do to help this document move forward?
Thank you. I enjoyed going to the committee meetings and engaging in constructive dialogue with the people. I would continue to do so because based on everybody's individual experiences is where their ideas and their heart moves. I would encourage people, because we've been fighting this battle for a while. And again, it goes back to the economic development. Do we expand? Do we stop expansion? You know, we have to realize that we live in a finite land space here in the Virgin Islands. And when you study, and I would bring forth that idea to others, when you study what's happening globally, overdevelopment just destroys, and then you can't do anything with your land space. So it's essential for us to put our foot down and have the community and political will to learn that we have to stop just expanding willy-nilly and get serious about what are the consequences. What type of world are we leaving for our children? So I would advocate for us really, I like the fact that we're having the charrettes and we're getting everybody's opinion. And yes, there should be a lot more park areas developed within the city. You know, greenery, when we look at communities around the world, you having parks within, where there's a green park, where there's a historical park, whether it's teaching our history through parks, we can really benefit when we look at the gardens that used to be downtown through the alleyways, when we expand them, the waterfront, as we revitalize, we're including those trees and we're including sitting areas. I would point out where this helps the community to gather, to socialize, to de-stress. So I would encourage us to continue with those discussions, most importantly, to continue with the education and really continue meeting with people so they'd see that environment and conservation leads to more sustainability. The jobs that can be created through our land and water use plan, the innovative of, we saw after the hurricanes, what type of jobs we needed. We saw what type of resources we were dependent on outside people for. All of this can be addressed. We don't have to stay in a box. We expand our ideas and our creativity. So those are the kind of things that I would like to bring towards the park and towards this board.
Thank you. Well, I just want to say this before I go on to Senator Bolkis. Mrs. Francis, we've been talking about this land and water use plan for years. I feel for donkey years we're talking about it. We need strong advocates to make it happen. So I'm depending on you because I know you're going to pass this committee today. I'm just faithful with this. So I want you to rule with the iron fist to make sure that this land and water use plan happens, because then we in the legislature have to make tough decisions when it comes before us, because there's no land and water use plan. So I ask of you to be that environmental advocate on this land and water use plan. Senator Bolkis, you may proceed with 5 minutes.
And viewing audience, good afternoon to the testifier, Ms. Wallace Francis. The territorial park system protects and reserves lands for our people, tourism and recreational activities, and ensuring that these habitats and ecosystems and the cultural and historic resources are protected and preserved and maintained and used for the long-term benefit and enjoyment of the current and future generations of these Virgin Islands is and should be a part of our generational goal. And Ms. Wallace Francis, I want to thank you for your willingness to serve with your experience as a science teacher in a private and public schools, teaching students the importance of our history and our culture, and of course, environmental heritage as well, and your extensive public volunteer service, and your professional organizational memberships that you hold with many different organizations throughout the Virgin Islands. I want to say you are more than ready and capable to serve. And as a board member, what I wanted to know is, what are your recommendations for the park and its properties or areas concerning local small business vendors from a cultural and historical standpoint? Not somebody who just selling sodas. I'm talking about individuals who have crafts, individuals who can create, whether it's husks out of coconuts that would be bird feeders, or wooden makajumbi men and women. I'm talking about that cultural component. What are your thoughts about opening up the territorial system to small vendors that support our culture and our heritage?
Thank you.
3 minutes.
That is an excellent, awesome idea. Question. I have to first start by saying, taking a cruise to Alaska, you get off the boat and you're met by indigenous tribesmen that take you immediately on their shuttle to their historic building structure, where they engage you in their history and culture. And I see our young entrepreneurs, our students, our actors, our cultural bearers, our young Calypsonians taking a part in this. Can you imagine what Long Bay would look like if we had a cultural center right there in Long Bay, and as the tourists walk off the boat, they encounter this? You go through and you listen to our youth presenting themselves the same way they present themselves during carnival competitions and on the stage. But this time, instead of just once a year, it would be all year round. And then after they leave that presentation, they walk through a gift store. Can people imagine how Carnival Village used to be built, where our craftsmen built booths that really portrayed Virgin Islands architecture and pride? So walking through something like that, that is artistically designed, whether it is to have a building like how the Tainos had, or a Wat and Dabble house, which moved up to, that shows the transition from the original inhabitants through European influence, having a community like that. So you're not just having a congested area selling wares, but showing how we can be sustainable by using our natural resources, which would encourage the growth of more. As a farmer, we're always encouraging the use of our natural resources. So we could use our coconut trees, our gobi trees, our tantan trees, cassia, acacia for jewelry items, your jumbi beads, all these natural resources that we have, where we would involve our farming community and our artistic community and the creativity.
Time.
Madam Chair, would she be able to wrap up her
Yes, she can
thoughts?
conclude on the
Wrapping up,
chair's
I
time.
want to say that, in my 7th grade science class, many times people would come in and say, is this Mr. Olani class? Mr. Olani is the art teacher. However, I found that I had such artists in my class. And I would say, we don't need to use these books right now, because our first order of business is for you to document what you see daily around you, because that is science. And if our young artists had that outlet to show their creativity, especially children who in the 7th grade were still reading on 3rd grade level, but they had these other skills, I see that as being beneficial to stopping the wave of students dropping out of school and ending up in crime. So we could be creative and try to solve these things, as well as tapping into our population who have special needs, need special resources. They are creative and they can do things. They just need to be able to blend in.
Well, Madam Chair, thank you. And before I quickly wrap up, I just wanted to say that with the establishment of this park, and of course the board members being appointed, with any park system, there is an opportunity for concessions or economic development. And I think it's very important that we solidify our culture and our heritage and our traditions in those opportunities for those concessions. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time, and thank you so much for your answers, Ms. Wallace-Francis.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Senator Bolkes. Senator Potter, you may proceed. 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues, and a special good afternoon to Ms. Francis and Mr. Olani. The governor really made a wise move in selecting you, Ms. Francis, to serve on this board. I have to give him credit for that. I think what you bring to the table really makes you uniquely suited to serve in this particular position. I was speaking to Ms. Francis earlier today. I mentioned to her that it's come to a point here in our community very often that complaining about a problem has somehow become the solution. People are stuck in complaining, and that somehow has become the solution. And we're stuck there in that cycle. Ms. Francis is a person who is, she's not going to complain about the problem only, but she's a thinker, she's a doer. I mean, anybody who remembers the Save Mandel Bay movement can remember her passion and her ability to mobilize folks to get things done. And that is very important. And I give you kudos for that. I know two of my children were very fortunate to have you serve as their history teacher. When they were at Montessori school, And they would come home and they said, Miss Francis has a way of making history come alive. She is able to connect with young people. Yeah, I've seen her in action. And she does a real tremendous job. So I'm very pleased with this nomination. I want to ask you, though, and just continuing along the lines of young people. And I know right now our young people aren't outside anymore so much. They're really inside. They're doing social media. They're on their video game consoles. So much so to the fact that Black people living in a place where the sun shines 365 days a year, we are suffering disproportionately from vitamin D deficiencies. And it's really the ultimate irony. What can we do with you on the Territorial Park Service? How can we get our young people involved and engaged in understanding the importance of preserving this environment? How can we get them involved and engaged?
I would say this answer also goes to what Senator Bolkis was talking about. I would use that same love for the media to get them outside, to videotape, to document, because what we need is documentation. We need documentation of our climate change. We need documentation of our sea level rise. We need documentation on the type of animals and plants that we have now and that the ones that are changing, so they can develop a lot of research skills. So we're engaging them in career ideas that may keep them here, so we would stop our brain drain. We have a lot of creative people already. I have to mention Allegra Christopher when I saw some work that she just published. We have young people that can do this and can mentor. So the same skills that they're learning, the same media skills that they are learning, we coax them outside. Please document this, document these activities that we're having. Therefore, they too would learn what's around us, get out and interview our elders. That way, our elders would be remembered, would be honored, and have that interaction with the young people. Young people today talk about us respecting them and their ideas. And they live in a different world and are influenced by many different cultures. So taking a step back and maybe speaking to our real elders, speaking to them, interviewing them, they could then record them, and they're much faster at doing these things. So I would say use those avenues.
Awesome. That is powerful. I saw you coaxing. I remember I went to the 38th anniversary, 38th annual St. John Revolution pilgrimage that we did last time. And Madam Chair, if I can just wrap up.
Yes, you may.
There were two young men who didn't want any part of this. They didn't even want to be there. I guess they wanted to be home doing something, playing video games. But their father saw the importance of it. And sometimes you have to force your children to do things. But at the end of the day, and you didn't mind your business, which is a good thing. You overheard them complaining and grumbling, and you intervened, you know? And at the end of that tour, they were so much more engaged and involved. And I think it speaks to who you are. This isn't just something that this isn't just an obligation to you. This is something that you are believing and getting the young folks energized and involved. And I'm very excited with this appointment. And without question, at the appropriate time, you're going to be unanimously confirmed to this board. So thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the leniency.
You're welcome, Senator Potter. Senator Maurice James, you may proceed with 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Virgin Islands and everyone. Good afternoon, Miss Mrs. Anna Wallace Francis. I read your very short testimony, but the words were powerful. Sometimes you see a lot of words and 5 to 10 pages, and sometimes not even 8 of the pages are strong. And yet in your testimony, specifically for me, the paragraph where you acknowledge that we face challenges and how important it is for us to have trees and green foliage, and so that we can reduce conditions like asthma, bronchitis, and lung function. Those are very important to me, and why I feel strongly about protecting the island of St. Croix from anything that will destroy the beauty that exists here on this island. I also want to follow up a little bit on what my colleague talked about with the young people, and that is that I just read an article talking about parks and protecting them from development, from even to the point of being careful that near parks you don't have anything that will impact adversely the parks. But one of the things that came up was that we have to encourage our children. And unfortunately, our children are so attached to technology that they're missing everything around them. And I wanted you to comment a little bit on that, and also on what you see as the relationship the board will have with the Historic Preservation Commission. So just those two parts, the technology with children and then the Historic Preservation Commission, your relationship with them, okay?
I have to start with that. I see a natural synergy, a natural unity with the Historic Preservation Commission and parks. Having worked in the Atlanta Botanical Gardens, it was an area where you went to see plants and you saw art and you saw history intertwined between the different plants and the history of the plants and the history of the area. So that's a natural. The young men that Senator Potter was talking about, I understood from their father that he made them do a report which they took to school. When we reach our youth, they reach others. So that when they took their report to school, it is my understanding that then the school took the same field trip. They didn't get all the historical data, that information that was given the first time, right? However, by them going and doing the research and taking that same field trip, look how many more lives those youth affected.
Yeah.
So in teaching youth, when we taught in the classroom, when you have 30 or more children, you're happy if you reach 1 or 2. On Camp Umoja, just teaching 1 or 2 children that felt like they couldn't make it, that they weren't valuable, that they were failing. When you just even reach that one child, and when we change our attitudes about being out there, currently, the farming community, we are trying to engage younger people in farming, but we're saying you don't have to go out and do the digging or the historical part of just being out in the sun all day. We need accountants, we need lawyers, we need advocates, we need business people. So you get people involved in all aspects. Running and developing Camp Umoja, I think I would bring to the board some of my failures, some of our failures, and some of our successes. Being a person that likes to learn the whole intricate matter of everything, we were able to really see what all is necessary. And when you bring youth along so that they can learn from the beginning, then we create a stronger generation. So there we're going to ask them to bring their technological skills, the skills of taking pictures, editing pictures, going on the media. Because a lot of the things that we do, the positive things we do, don't necessarily get out. Young people will tell you Facebook is for old people now. So therefore, you use their skills and their way of communicating to reach out to more people.
Thank you. I think
just
you
put everything together.
Right. I think you made an excellent point with that last comment you made about being able to join the strengths of each generation. And at the appropriate time, I will be voting in the affirmative for you. Thank you so much for being a nominee to the board.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mrs. Francis, for your willingness to serve in this board. As I mentioned, the governor couldn't have asked for anybody better than you. Before you, it was Mr. Aaron Hutchins who was approved, so you would be working with him if my colleagues vote favorably for you today. With that being said, I'll ask my colleagues if you had any burning questions. We're not going to do a second round, but if you have a question, I would entertain my colleagues at this moment. Motion, Senator Joseph.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair and colleagues, I move that the governor's nominee, Mistress Anna Wallace Francis, to the Virgin Islands Territorial Park Board of Trustees be favorably approved in this committee and forwarded to the full body for further consideration and action. I so move.
Second.
Properly moved by Senator Carla Joseph and seconded by Senator Maurice James, Senator Bolkes, and Senator Potter. May I have a roll call on the motion?
Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr.
Yay.
Senator Bolkes, yay.
Yay.
Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins absent. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnston absent. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart.
Yes.
Senator Capehart, yay.
Thank you, Madam.
That gives us 5 yeas and 2 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The governor nominee, Ms. Anna Wallace Francis, governor's nomination for the Virgin Islands Territorial Park Board of Trustees has been voted upon favorably and passed out of this committee and would be sent to the full body for further consideration. Ms. Anna Wallace Francis, at this time we would allow you to have some closing comments, and you have not a lot of time. So if you can say that in a minute, please.
Yes, I thank the committee. I thank the governor for nominating me and bringing me before this committee and allowing me to express myself. I appreciate the fact that you all have approved me at this stage and sent forth my name for further consideration. Thank you for allowing me to speak. And I have to say, as PLO Lumumba says, when a person is asked to serve, it is not because they're the very best. So therefore, we have to remember that we're coming to serve the people. And I will tell you that my strength is the community with which I work and which I represent. Their ideas, their knowledge, their skills, I bring forth. So it is not myself alone, but that whole community that wish to see us achieve. So I thank you all very much for this consideration and the ability to address you here today.
Thank
Asante
you.
sana.
Thank you, and congratulations. At this time, I would ask the Sergeant of Arms to escort Mrs. Francis and her testifier who accompanied her today out of the well. And then we would go straight into Block 4 to discuss the bills that are before us today. Colleagues, 5 minutes. We are going to have 5 minutes in the next block. So, Madam Clerk, if you can call up the agenda in Block 4. Thank you.
Bill number 35-0016, a resolution honoring and commending the Board of Elections, the Supervisor of Elections, Carolyn Fox, and the entire Virgin Islands election system team for their tireless service and contributions to the Virgin Islands community, and on the occasion of the 60th anniversary of the election system of the Virgin Islands, sponsored by Senators Angel L. Bolquez, Senator Carla J. Joseph, Senator Ray Fonseca, Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., and Senator Maurice C. James.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. At this time, we'll take a recess. The Committee of Rules and Judiciary is out of recess. So colleagues, we are ready to proceed with Block 4. And the agenda for Block 4, the bills have already been called. So I would ask who speaks on Bill number 35-0016.
I do, Madam Chair.
You may proceed, Senator Bolkes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I speak to Bill number 35-0016, a resolution honoring and commending the Board of Elections, the Supervisor of Elections, Caroline Fox, and the entire Virgin Islands election system team for their tireless efforts and contributions to the Virgin Islands community and on the occasion of the 60th anniversary and establishment of the election system of the Virgin Islands. I was able to, along with the members present in the Government Operations Committee, were able to bring the bill forward, and it received unwavering support, as it is important. One of the most important rights a citizen of any society can have is the right to vote. And the election system has the responsibility of administering and regulating such election laws of this territory and nationally, in some cases, in a fair, accessible, secure, and transparent manner. And it has been 60 years since the inception of the election system of the Virgin Islands here in the Virgin Islands, and its instrumental purpose in the hallmark of our society, the electoral process. Madam Chair, I ask you and our colleagues to please vote in the affirmative to send this resolution forward to the entire body. Thank you for your time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bolkes. Who speaks on Bill number 35-0062? Senator Bolkes, is that you?
I apologize, Madam Chair. I speak to Bill number 35-0062, a resolution honoring and commending Gregory Hodge, better known as DJ Avalanche, for his outstanding contributions as a disc jockey, radio talk show host, and entertainer, and presenting him with the official key to the Virgin Islands, sponsored by Senator Javon E. James. I was also able to be a part of this meeting in the government operations, whereas that was also forwarded by the support of all the members who vetted this bill in that hearing. Madam Chair, DJ Avalanche has been a very instrumental part of what would be considered the entertainment industry of the Virgin Islands in his capacity as a disc jockey or DJ. His contributions have afforded the Virgin Islands, in collaboration with other musicians throughout the Caribbean, a lot of exposure concerning our music industry. So as a way to thank him, this bill honors him for all of his efforts and work. Madam Chair, I ask you and our colleagues to please support Bill number 35-0062. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, Senator Bolkes. Colleagues, we would have a 3-minute round. We would have 3 minutes for this round. Colleagues, starting with
Madam Chair, I apologize for interrupting.
Yes.
We have Bill number 35-0012 on our agenda here. Do I have the incorrect agenda, or just checking?
Okay, who speaks on Bill number 35-0012? Forgive me. Senator DeGraff, that's you?
I do. Yes, Madam Chair. Good afternoon.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to everyone viewing and listening. Bill number 35-0012, an act amending Title 23, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 19, Subchapter 3, Section 1556, relating to the retirement from the National Guard to increase the retirement pension. Madam Chair, the bill was heard yesterday in the Committee of Budget, Finance, and Appropriations, and it was favorably moved to Rules Committee, where it was also bumped up from where the Virgin Islands National Guard members were making $100 a month from $855 to $60, and it was amended yesterday to $300 from $855 to $60. The freshman senator, veteran, and the St. Croix, the Big Island, is a co-signer. I'd like to thank her for signing on. As a fellow veteran, we're just looking out for what's due to the veterans and National Guard members who put their life on the line for the territory and for the great country of the United States. It was favored, voted, it was testified by the OMB director where she was in favor of it. The post auditor did an assessment of it where he was in favor of it, and General Knox Limbacher also was in favor of the bill. So it met with a unanimous 7 yes yesterday in the Committee of Jurisdiction, and is here now, and I'm not a member of the Committee of Rules, and asking the full support of the committee members in the Committee of Rules. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. So, colleagues, we will go into a 3-minute round to discuss these bills before us, just to let the listening audience and viewing audience know that these bills has already been vetted in the Committee of Jurisdiction, and this is just the clearinghouse of these bills that come through the committee. So any last comments on these bills, feel free. At this time, you have 3 minutes, starting with Senator Carla Joseph.
And thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. This is the final block for a long day of work here at the legislature and the Committee on Rules and Judiciary. I want to first start off and say I signed on to one of the bills, Bill 35-0016, a resolution honoring and commending the Board of Elections and the Supervisor of Elections, Caroline Fox, because I also had served as a member of the board, and I know the hard work that goes into educating our people regarding their rights and to assure that we have a fair and transparent election with a level of integrity. So I definitely wanted to sign on in that piece of legislation wherein we are really honoring them and highlighting the occasion of the 60th anniversary of the establishment of the election system of the Virgin Islands. Secondly, the next bill, 35-0062, honoring Mr. Gregory Hodge, DJ Avalanche. We all know about his work here in the Virgin Islands and throughout the Caribbean, and it's very fitting. He had individuals from the Division of Festival. Mr. Ian Turnbull testified in his favor for this resolution, and we want to really commend the sponsors, Senator Javon James and Senator Angel Bolquez Jr., as well as Senator Ray Fonseca for signing on to that piece of legislation. And then 35-0012, our guardsmen and women are vital piece to our freedom, and they hold that wall, even though some people might recognize them as weekend soldiers, they play a vital role in supporting all branches of the military when we are having conflicts or in any exercise. And so I stand in support of all three legislation, and I will be voting in the affirmative at the appropriate time. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Carla Joseph. Senator Bolkes, you may proceed. 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I am in support of all the bills in this block. I want to thank my colleagues for supporting Bill number 35-0016, Senators Carla Joseph, Senator Ray Fonseca, Senate President Novelli Francis Jr., and Senator Maurice James, and any other senator that supported the measure through the Government Operations Committee and now before us, as this is a very important measure concerning our electoral process and all of the work that has been done by the election system of the Virgin Islands. I also am in support of Bill number 35-0062 to honor Gregory Hodge, DJ Avalanche, for his work in the area of entertainment as a disc jockey, sponsored by Javon E. James Sr., myself, and Senator Ray Fonseca, and any other senator that has supported it through the committee process. And of course, Bill number 35-0012, concerning our National Guard's men and women of the Virgin Islands. There is an amendment that is circulating, and I'm looking forward to bringing the amendment in order to make this process whole for our National Guard men and women concerning what the amount will reflect. Madam Chair, that is all that I have to report at this time, and thank you for the time.
Thank you, Senator Bolkes. Senator Potter, you may proceed. 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I rise in full support of all of the measures in the final block of the day, block number 4, as you eloquently said, Madam Chair. All of these measures were fully vetted in the Committee of Jurisdiction, and I believe all of them received unanimous support at that time. Beginning, of course, with Bill number 35-0016, the Board of Elections resolution honoring and commending the team at the Virgin Islands Board of Election for their tireless service to this community, and really recognizing their 60th anniversary of the elections board. These folks go the extra mile to ensure that we have free and fair elections, which is really fundamental to our democracy. I rise in support of the resolution, Bill number 35-0062, resolution honoring and commending Mr. Gregory Hodge, better known as DJ Avalanche, for his outstanding contributions as a DJ and radio talk show host. This very talented young Virgin Islander has made significant contributions and has always been an ambassador for the territory of the United States Virgin Islands. And we give him kudos, give him his feathers and his accolades while he is here with us. And we look forward to many great things from this brilliant DJ. And finally, of course, Bill number 35-0012. This was heard in Committee of Finance yesterday. I believe it's indeed a no-brainer to provide retired individuals from the Virgin Islands National Guard with a slight increase in their retirement pension. These folks who have risked their lives in support of this territory and our great nation are more than deserving of this small pension increase. It's the least that we can do to say thank you for your service. Madam Chair, I thank you very much for the time, and at the appropriate time, I will vote affirmatively for all the measures in block number 4. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Potter. Senator Javon James, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. I would like to thank the Senator at large for introducing Bill number 35-0062 on my behalf. a resolution honoring and commending Gregory Hodge, better known as DJ Avalanche. And I just want to let the public know it's more than just honoring a DJ. You know, it's more than just the music. It's what he has done for the territory. Now, some might say what he has done. All he did is play music. But this Virgin Islander put the Virgin Islands on a map. You know, when it comes to the Uva Soca cruise, playing to those international festivals, showcasing the Virgin Islands flag everywhere that he goes, and making sure that as an ambassador, he's doing his part. And we really salute him for putting the Virgin Islands on the map. As far as the resolution to honor and commend the Board of Elections, that's a no-brainer. During the Committee of Jurisdiction, I supported that measure, that resolution. So I want to say thank you to the sponsor of that measure, the Senator at Large, for bringing forward Bill number 35-0016. And as far as Bill number 35-0012, during the Committee of Jurisdiction yesterday, it was brought to our attention that the sponsor of the measure intended to raise it from 100 to 200. And General Limbaka brought it to our attention that it should be higher. And when we spoke about the whole situation about the inflation calculator, I made a recommendation. I said we should bump it up, and I'm happy to know that the Senate President offered that amendment or technical amendment to the bill to bring it up to the industry standards or today's total amount when it comes to currency. So I will be supporting that. And lastly, the one, Bill number 35-0027, is not on the agenda? Okay, stand corrected. So with that said, I stand in support of all these measures. I'm not a member of this committee, but when it reaches to the full body, I will definitely support it. And thank you once again to the Senator at Large for offering Bill number 35-0062 on my behalf. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Javon James. Now I'll proceed with Senator Maurice James for your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I will support all 3 measures in this block, beginning, of course, with Bill number 35-0016. As my colleague said, elections really should be fair and free, and we don't appreciate, I believe, in the Virgin Islands how much our Virgin Islands election system, the Board of Elections, and the Supervisor of Elections do to make sure that our elections are fair. We know that in other countries there is a suppression of the right to vote, even in the United States. And that's one of the things that we don't have to, thank God, worry about here in the Virgin Islands. And for years have been able to freely stand in line and go and vote, unlike many in other parts of the world. With respect to Bill number 35-0062, I also support honoring the DJ, Gregory Hodge. I think that doesn't matter what field you're in, if once you have excelled and once you've represented your community well here and abroad, you deserve to be recognized for what you do. And so I definitely support that. When it comes to Bill number 35-0012, of course, that's close to my heart. And I definitely commend my fellow veteran colleague in St. Thomas for being vigilant about getting this done for the past few years and making it happen. And so I was happy to join him in sponsoring this bill to increase the retirement pension. It bridges the gap for our service members who are part-time, weekend warriors, as I said yesterday, because they do not begin to collect the federal pension until they're the age of 60. So this bridges that gap from 55 to 60 and allows them to have money in their pocket to take care of them until that time when the full retirement from their military service in the Virgin Islands National Guard becomes operative. So, Madam Chair, thank you for the time, and I will definitely be supporting all these 3 measures. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator James. And now I would like to have the opportunity to say that I am in support of these bills that are before us. Bill number 35-0016, that resolution honoring and commending the Board of Election Supervisor, Ms. Carolyn Fox, who I think does an exceptional job making sure that there is parity, there's fairness with every election that we have in the Virgin Islands. So I am in support of that. Bill number 35-0062, the resolution honoring and commending Gregory Hodge, better known as DJ Avalanche. I know many times going to functions, he's played and he's moved many people through his music. I'm in support of giving him his recognition. Bill number 35-0012, an act amending the Title 23 Virgin Islands Code relating to our retirement from the National Guard to increase the retirement pension. These are individuals that serve our community, retired, and I think that they deserve that increase. With that being said, all the bills, as I mentioned earlier, have been vetted in this committee, in the Committee of Jurisdiction, and now we are ready to make a motion at this time to move the following bills. Do I hear a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Senator Bolkes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that Bill number 35-0016, a resolution honoring and commending the Board of Elections, the Supervisor of Elections, Caroline Fox, and the entire Virgin Islands election system team for their tireless service and contributions to the Virgin Islands community, and on the occasion of the 60th anniversary of the establishment of the election system of the Virgin Islands, be favorably voted upon in this committee and reported out of this body and forwarded to the entire body for further action and consideration. I so move.
Seconded by Senator Maurice James. Properly moved by Senator Bolkes and seconded by Maurice James. May I have a roll call on the motion?
Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr.
Yay.
Senator Bolkes Jr. Yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins absent. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator Maurice C. James yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Franklin D. Johnson absent. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Yes. Senator Carla J. Joseph yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Milton E. Potter, yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart.
Yes.
Senator Diane T. Capehart, yay. Madam Chair, we have 5 yeas, 2 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0016. The bill has been voted upon. Well, let me read the bill. Bill number 35-0016, a resolution honoring and commending the Board of Elections, Supervisor Elections, Caroline Fox, and the entire Virgin Islands election system team for their tireless service and contributions to the Virgin Islands community, and on the occasion of the 60th anniversary of establishment of the election system of the Virgin Islands, has been voted on favorably and passed out of this committee and forwarded to the full body for full consideration. Do I hear a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Senator Bolkes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that Bill number 35-0062, a resolution honoring and commending Gregory Hodge, better known as DJ Avalanche, for his outstanding contributions as a disc jockey, radio talk show host, and entertainer, and presenting him with the official key of the Virgin Islands, be favorably voted upon in this committee and reported out of this committee and forwarded to the entire body for further action and consideration. I so move.
Second.
Properly moved by Senator Bolkes and seconded by Senator Potter. May I have a roll call on the motion?
Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr.
Yay.
Senator Bolkes Jr., yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, absent. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator Maurice C. James, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, absent. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Carla J. Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Milton E. Potter, yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart.
Yes.
Senator Diane T. Capehart, yay. Madam Chair, we have 5 yeas, 2 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0062, a resolution honoring and commending Gregory Hodge, better known as DJ Avalanche, for his outstanding contributions as a disc jockey, radio talk show host, and entertainer, and presenting to him the official key to the Virgin Islands, has been voted upon favorably, passed out of this committee, and now will be reported out of this body to the full body for further consideration. Do I hear a
Point of personal
motion?
privilege?
Yes.
Point of personal privilege? Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair and colleagues, I wanted to take this point of personal privilege to explain the upcoming amendment to bill number 35-0012. This amendment has 2 elements. It increases the pension to $350 rather than $300, and it provides that in the future, the amount will be adjusted automatically every 5 years in accordance to the Consumer Price Index, so that never again our national men and women or the members of the National Guard would have to wait over 40 years for their pensions to be adjusted in accordance with the price of living. The increase to $350 is very important, in my opinion, because as the testifiers noted, $100 back in 1982 is worth more than $300 today, and is actually $321.70. It is my firm position that we should not in any way enact legislation today that provides a pension that is actually lower in terms of actual purchasing power than when we first set it out 40 years ago. If we must, in the matter of acknowledging and rewarding the long service of the National Guard personnel, let us work on their side and generosity rather than miserliness. And certainly, an automatic adjustment in accordance with the cost of living is an intelligent way to go, as it assures that our National Guard retirees will be addressed in a timely basis rather than having to wait for us here at the legislature. On behalf of the amendment sponsors, Senator Marvin Blyden, Senator Dwayne DeGraff, myself, and Senator Milton Potter, I urge you to support this important amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, Senator Bolkes. So do I hear amendment?
Amendment, Madam Chair.
I recognize Senator Bolkes for his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move to offer amendment number 35-304, an amendment to bill number 35-0012, offered by Senators Marvin Blyden, Senator Dwayne DeGraff, Senator Angel Bolkes Jr., and Senator Milton E. Potter. Bill number 35-0012 is amended in section 1 in the first sentence on page 1, line 3, by striking $300 and inserting $350, and by adding a sentence after the first sentence to read as follows. The Adjutant General shall increase the pension annuity every 5 years to reflect the changes in the Consumer Price Index as established by the U.S. Department of Labor, Bureau of Labor Statistics for all items, all urban consumers. Parentheses, 1967-100%, close parentheses, be favorably voted upon in this committee and reported out of the committee to the entire body for further action and consideration. I so move.
Order.
Senator Joseph, state your point of clarification.
Okay, the point of order, the mover should restate it, the amendment, and at the end, say, I so move.
Senator, you said properly moved. I would say you move Senator Bolkes and would be seconded by Senator James. You need to restate the whole motion, the whole amendment.
If you
need to restate the whole amendment.
Very well, thank you, Madam Chair.
And when you finish, then you say, I so move.
Madam Chair, I did say it. Madam Chair, I offer amendment number 35-304, an amendment to bill number 35-0012, offered by Senators Marvin A. Blyden, Senator Dwayne DeGraff, Senator Angel Bolkes Jr., and Senator Milton E. Potter. Bill number 35-0012 is amended in section 1 in the first sentence on page 1, line 3, by striking $300 and inserting $350, and by adding a sentence after the first sentence to read as follows. The Adjutant General shall increase the pension annuity every 5 years to reflect the changes in the Consumer Price Index as established by the U.S. Department of Labor, Bureau of Labor Statistics for all items, all urban consumers, parentheses 1967-100%, close parentheses, be favorably voted upon in this committee, and I so move.
Seconded by Senator Maurice. Seconded, properly moved by Senator Bolkes and seconded by Senator Maurice James. Hearing no, are there any objections? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered.
Motion. Motion, Madam Chair.
Motion, Senator Bolkes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that bill number 35-0012 as amended, an act amending Title 23 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 19, Subchapter 3, Section 1556, relating to the retirement for National Guard to increase the retirement pension, be favorably voted upon in this committee and forwarded to the entire body for further action and consideration. I so move.
Second.
Properly moved by Senator Bolkes and seconded by Senator Potter. Are there any roll call on the motion?
Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr.
Yay.
Senator Bolkes Jr. Yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens absent. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator Maurice C. James yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Franklin D. Johnson absent. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Carla J. Joseph yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Milton E. Potter, yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart.
Yes.
Senator Capehart, yay. Madam Chair, you have 5 yeas, 2 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0012 as amended, an act amending Title 23 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 19, Subchapter 3, Section 1556, related to the retirement from the National Guard to increase the retirement pension, has been voted on favorably and forwarded to the full body for further consideration. Colleagues, it has been a long day. We have vetted nominations that came before us today.
We had some very good discussions with these individuals who were nominated by the governor to serve as Attorney General, Judge for the Territorial Court of the Virgin Islands, nominations to the Virgin Islands Territorial Park Board, and bills in the last block that was voted on favorably and forwarded into the full body for full consideration. With that being said, I'd like to take the opportunity to say thank you to the legislative staff, to media, our stenographers, legal counsel, and my colleagues for this day that we have had of working hard in the Rules and Judiciary. Hearing no further business, this committee is adjourned.